Thank you, everyone. Sorry we were a little late starting this meeting. Our work session ran a little over. It was a great work session, by the way, and want to thank staff for their preparation and their presentations. We are going to start today's meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilmember Fort, can you lead us?
Under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next, we have the consent agenda. No items have been pulled. Could I have a motion to approve?
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That was unanimous. Okay, next we have public comment. 3 minutes per person. And we will start with Octavia Rainey.
I'm ready.
We work to fix the mistakes of the past of cutting off neighborhoods and separating people. The TOD is a big piece of that. It's going to bring people together, but it's also going to allow a certain amount of displacement that won't happen.
I want to talk about Nathan's comments at the Planning Commission. I felt that his comments were out of order and they were racist. You know, Nathan talked about displacement.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome. My name is Barbara Will. I am a professor of English at Dartmouth and the...
Don't forget to give me back my time now. Give me back my time. I found Nathan's comments very racist and out of character. So I'm gonna name 3 things. He talked about affordable housing. When Ira Mabel was giving his presentation on the corridor, they are not allowing SROs. That means single room occupancy. So if you're talking about the low income and serving the low income, why aren't you having SROs? Affordable housing, let's be for real. We are not talking about 30%. But if we're talking about 30%, we're talking about it in the black section, and we're only talking about a few of 30% based on your ability to pay. The other part is a joke. You remind me of the Raleigh Development Commission from 1958. You're only carrying out those plans to really destroy the last leg of the inner city. In the inner city, we don't have any black neighborhoods to go to. By my picture, you can tell by looking at the picture. One picture, there's plenty of black people sitting out there waiting for the bus, and then on the second picture, what do you see? The third thing I want to talk about, which is very dear to my heart, I don't appreciate the Chamber of Commerce coming 2 weeks ago to Martin Street Baptist Church doing a presentation that y'all paid for. I'm sick of that. Y'all paid for that. But you know what bothers me the most about the Raleigh Chamber of Commerce? They need to sweep around their own back door. They are in 4th Ward. They have been in 4th Ward for over 25 years and haven't lifted a finger to talk about blackness. But they can talk about blackness everywhere else, just like freeing the slaves. You want to free them one place, but you keep them in another place. Tell the Chamber of Commerce, don't come on Newbern Avenue, because they got to sweep around their own back door first.
Adam Esfari.
Good afternoon, councilors and mayor. My name is Adam Asfari, and I was born and raised here in Raleigh. Today I'm speaking as a concerned citizen and the owner of a local taxi business. I would like to draw your attention to an issue that has significant implications for our city's taxi industry and the broader community. Fares as mandated by the city have remained unchanged since 2006. Since then, our city has seen substantial growth and transformation, with increasing living and operational expenses combined with competition from Uber and Lyft. The current fare rates have become unsustainable. In May 2022, taxi owners, in collaboration with the City of Raleigh taxi inspectors, recognized the urgent need for a fare adjustment. At that time, we voted to increase the existing rate to a more balanced and sustainable one. Despite the consensus, these fare increase measures encountered an impasse at the City Council level, resulting in a prolonged period of financial strain. Given the persistently high rate of inflation, I find it increasingly appropriate to revisit this proposed rate increase. Furthermore, it's important to recognize that taxis in Raleigh play a major role in providing essential paratransit services to citizens with disabilities through Go Raleigh Access. These services are lifelines for some of the most vulnerable members of our community. It ensures these individuals have access to vital transportation services. The economic challenges faced by taxi businesses directly impact the accessibility and reliability of these services. I would also like to draw your attention to a recent development regarding the program. As I'm sure you're aware, last month the city implemented new software. Personally, I find the new software to be a much improved alternative to the previous system. However, there have been notable issues with the trip distance calculations. These miscalculations have resulted in trip distances appearing shorter than the actual distance covered, effectively cutting additional fares on average from each completed trip. In response to this challenge, I have engaged with key stakeholders, including David Walker and others within the program, and we are actively working together to find a solution to rectify these inaccuracies. Additionally, I propose the consideration of establishing an ongoing cost of living increase mechanism tied to local economic factors. This would ensure that fares remain aligned with the rising cost of living without the worry that we will wait another 17 years for the next fare increase. I believe that Raleigh should join cities such as New York, Atlanta, Dallas, and San Francisco, which have recently approved taxi fare increases to address similar economic challenges. I understand the importance of balancing the interests of all stakeholders and maintaining affordability. Therefore, I welcome the opportunity to collaborate with the council and other relevant parties to discuss and establish a reasonable fare structure that includes provisions for ongoing adjustments tied to the cost of living. This approach would not only benefit our city's taxi industry, but also contribute to a thriving and accessible transportation ecosystem for our residents and visitors. Thank you very much.
Thank you. City Manager, could we get a follow-up on this through the manager's report, please? Thank you. Mama Kai?
Good afternoon, everyone. It's another amazing day in paradise. Just for those who don't know me, my given name is Cara Lynn Sanders. My nickname is Kai, but my superhero name is Mama Kai because I found my superpowers being a mom and student of that young Black superhero that's sitting in the back of the room. Usually when I come here, I talk about some aspect of brain development, nervous system regulation, trauma, and nutrition, and I'll be honest, my nervous system is not regulated right now. I serve on the Homelessness Task Force, or what was previously named the Homelessness Task Force. The first indication that the name change had become official was in the email that they sent out last week as a reminder that our meeting was happening on Thursday, and they were calling it the Housing Stability Coalition. And I just want to say thank you for stealing two of the three words that I used in the name of the group that I had asked to be created, which was called the Coalition for Compassionate Housing, which has never been addressed completely or really at all. What I find interesting is that in that meeting, because the objectives of this task force, which was never to address homelessness, but to address the collaborative applicant, which has now been dismantled. And for those of you that don't understand that, it means that it makes it harder for people who are unhoused to register to get services. one of the ideas since the original objective of the task force is gone, to instead to pause it. If you're going to change your name to Housing Stability Coalition, why would you pause trying to find solutions for housing stability? How about we just change the objective of the group, since you spent 3 or 4 months changing the name? Change the objective to meet the name. And so I don't know how many people understand, how we could stand here and say the Pledge of Allegiance and it end with "and liberty and justice for all," and realize how unliberating and how unjust some of the decisions that are being made about affecting those who are unhoused have been. And I say this because my son and I are living out of our car. We have been for 6 months. I presented plan after plan after plan to many different people and aspects of this government and the Wake County government, and there's no headway. There's no conversation. And so I just realized that that you have found me useful but not valuable, and I'm changing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Claire Thor Davis. We're bringing microphone to you.
Good afternoon. My name is Clear Arthur Davis, and there's one issue that I need to address, and it does affect some disabled and some senior citizens. And I realize that in the downtown area, I realize you're going to have programs, and a lot of streets have to be blocked off. But at the same time, I think we need to remember that some of us do reside in the Sir Walter Apartments. And it is unfair to us that on the weekends, we who depend on cabs cannot get cabs in or cannot go to the grocery store because the cabs have nowhere getting in and we have nowhere getting out, and we should not have to walk so far to carry groceries. So it's like we're prisoners in our own apartments where we are paying rent on the weekends. I know the city needs the money. I'm assuming it's about the dollar. That's all well and good. And I know that sometimes some of the streets are going to be blocked off. But I would think that in some way, for an example, when the hopscotch program and with the hip hop program, they did leave a part of Davie Street open where we would not just be sitting at home when we have things to do. Now, if that's a problem, then maybe the city should consider holding job fairs for people with disabilities so that we can be productive citizens and get better housing than what we do have. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there notification that takes place? Do we know? Yes, so specifically to Sir Walter?
To all of the adjacent and adjoining property owners. Is Whitney from Special Events?
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of council. My name is Whitney Schoenfeld with the Office of Special Events. Yes, all of our special events throughout the city, a notification requirement is a part of that process. So all residents, businesses, schools, anyone who's impacted by an event closure should receive a notification, whether that's a postcard, email, knocking on doors, talking to landlords, property owners, things like that. But yes, that is a requirement of the special event permitting process.
Okay. He also mentioned Davie Street, like remaining open. Is that something we're looking at to ensure access?
We can certainly look into that. For Hopscotch, that Davy was open, so that's probably why there was access for that event. It depends on the event closure. A lot of our events do close the Fayetteville Street District, which is Fayetteville between Morgan and City Plaza, as well as all side streets. But we can certainly look at other options, or potentially something on Salisbury Street, doing a parking encumbrance. We can certainly look at options like that.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Black?
Do we have issuance for if we have to notify people who may have accessibility-like concerns? Like, are we reaching them in ways that they can actually be reached?
We haven't heard that people haven't been notified about events, so we would need to know if they're not being told about the event. But it is just a permitting requirement that everyone, regardless of disability or not, is aware of the events that are going on.
Well, and it's also a responsibility of the management company. So whoever is living there, that management company is the one who needs to reach out to them. So maybe in the course of conversation, you can mention to them and ask them to please make sure they're notifying the residents.
Absolutely.
Okay. Robert Courts?
My name is Robert Courts. I live on Ashland Street in Raleigh. I'm a 30-year resident of Raleigh. For the past 21 years, I have served as a self-proclaimed champion of local businesses. For the past 21 years, I have ceaselessly and relentlessly reminded Raleigh of the power of local businesses. It is local businesses that provide Raleigh with its unique character and identity. We provide better goods and services because our ownership is in the business and the community. We also provide a very powerful impact on the local economy by keeping local dollars local. I was greatly saddened to recently hear that the Raleigh City Manager's Office canceled the Raleigh Christmas Parade, canceled a 75-plus year tradition that not only kicks off the holiday season for Raleigh, Wake County, but for North Carolina and much of the eastern seaboard. An event for 75 years that have brought citizens, students, nonprofits, businesses down to Raleigh's downtown to celebrate, to commune, and engage. So I investigated and quickly learned the reason the city manager's office canceled the parade was out of an abundance for caution and a respect for the family of Haley Lynn. Staff later went on WRAL to say that they discussed this decision with all internal stakeholders and that this decision was made across the organization. So you can imagine my shock when councilor after city councilor made public comments that they were in fact not part of the decision-making. They were, in fact, shocked that this decision was made. So I come today on behalf of all the local Raleigh businesses, and I want to know what, in fact, is the truth. Did the city actually make this decision across all of the departments necessary? Did they even bother to reach out to the family of Haley Lynn before they made these comments? Therefore, I'm calling for a third-party, arm's-length, transparent investigation into how this decision was made. I would like to know what steps did the city staff take to create safety guidelines? What steps did the city take to enhance the parade? When and by whom were these guidelines communicated to the Greater Raleigh Merchants Association, Shop Local Raleigh? And what steps have the Greater Raleigh Merchants Association and Shop Local taken to prevent these tragedies? I want the Raleigh Christmas Parade, and I want to know who had the audacity to make this decision without citizen input.
Jean Alston?
City Council, Mayor, hello again. Okay, I'm going to say something about the cancellation of the Raleigh Christian Parade, but I understand that it's not canceled. I understand you can't have vehicles there. Let me see, I've got 1 million kids, 1 million that I take care of. And in the back of my mind, what happened was an accident, it was a tragedy, and it took one of my kids away. But the other kids is not going to be able to see the floats or Santa or anything like that. That's not right. That is not doing something for that young girl. It's not doing something for her. We need safety measures. Just like we do the fair, we go and check every ride. We need to check every car and vehicle before you are allowed to come into Raleigh. And that would be the easiest way to do it, but don't take it away from all these kids that want to look. I know it's not a Santa Claus. I know it's not. But in their mind, they're being good in school and everything for a chance to get a present that we're going to buy anyway. So canceling the Christmas parade is a no in my book. If you cancel it, I'm going to go down the Raleigh Street in my Santa Claus outfit. Either way. And whoever want to come out and look at me can do it. But do not cancel this thing, not for these kids. Not for these kids. I mean, kids die, accidents happen every day. So let's cancel everything when someone dies by accident. Let's cancel it. That's all I have to say. Mayor Baldwin, please listen to me as your friend.
Thank you. Tara Robbins.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor, and Madam Manager. I'm Tara Robbins, and I'm Executive Director of the Midtown Raleigh Alliance. I'm here today, as I have been 3 other times, urging action on the Six Forks Corridor road improvements. It makes me incredibly sad to be up here hearing rumors that the project might now be unattainable due to skyrocketing costs. I guess the adage that time is money has never felt so real. The Six Forks and 440 interchange has had a density overlay district on it for decades, and stakeholders always knew that it would rapidly grow. Needing to improve the main thoroughfare to handle the growth was always going to be a necessity. That is why we started on this process 11 years ago, and several rezonings were approved based on these improvements taking place. The road is a major thoroughfare in and out of the city. Now, you may not drive up and down this road, but 50 to 60,000 of your neighbors do every day. There are 9 different road widths between the Beltline and Lynn Road. And simply put, this road needs to be addressed for flow and for safety. We began the effort in 2012. The plan was adopted by City Council in 2016, and after over 50, that's 50, public and stakeholder meetings, it was a case study in robust public engagement. Phase 1 funding was obtained with the passage of the 2017 transportation bond. The biggest item on that bond was this project at $29 million, and then 5 years worth of delays, some intentional by previous councils and some unseen, like the pandemic, has left us where we are now. We cannot abandon the project. The citizens, business owners, and commuters that have been promised a better road is coming. Trust us. The original Six Forks Corridor study had many priorities, but the top ones were easing congestion, enhancing transit, and making the roadway safer. Slapping up sidewalks or a multi-use path is not going to achieve these primary goals. I'm here asking the council has staff go back to the original study goals, look at the budget, and rework that project in a manner that improves the roadway in meaningful ways. The voters approved the funding for that purpose. Campo gave us the money for that purpose. and we must honor that trust. I know that greater transparency is a goal of this council. And let's get serious, folks. There are residents and business owners in the right-of-way acquisition zones who are living in limbo right now. The indecision and constant delays are wreaking havoc with these people's lives. I ask council, thank you.
Thank you. And next we have Jennifer Martin.
Councilors, the Raleigh's Christmas Parade is a tradition that has existed for over 78 years. The event started in downtown Raleigh when local merchants came together and wanted to give a gift back to the community and thank them for their patronage and support. The 2022 parade had a tragic accident that has left us all grappling with the unthinkable and in deep stages of grief and sadness. Vowing to honor and pay it forward, the parade organizers, the Greater Raleigh Merchants Association Shop Local Raleigh, has put in countless hours working to plan a parade that would not only honor, but one that would also heal, unite, and reinstill trust for this community. The City of Raleigh has permitted 2 parades since November 2022, the St. Patrick's Day Parade and the Caribbean Parade, and has permitted an additional parade, the Veterans Day Parade. Each of these parades allowed automobiles and floats, and the city imposed no additional requirements on these other parades and allowed them to proceed following city requirements. The Raleigh Christmas Parade has not only met every City of Raleigh requirement, but has also added additional safety requirements that go above and beyond all city and state requirements and above the events that have already been permitted and held. The denial of the Raleigh Christmas Parade came as a shock and disappointment to the organizers and was left with the reasoning that it was due to pending litigation, which does not impact the City of Raleigh, pending state litigation, and out of respect for the family. Our organizations requested numerous times to meet with city staff and various departments, including the Special Events Office and Raleigh Police Department, and our requests were left unanswered. We then received an email at 11:30 on Thursday, September 14th from the Special Events Office asking that we join the call for the same day at 2 p.m. It was at that time we learned that the City of Raleigh was denying our special event permit. We asked for the ability to be able to share our safety plans, improvements made, and meet with the city to review all of these measures. We were informed that this decision was a non-negotiable, non-discussion item and that numerous city departments had all weighed in on the decision, including the city council. It is now our understanding that the Raleigh City Council had no input in this decision. In addition, false statements have been made to the local media outlets about the permitting process and that the requests were made. Several council members have contacted us and asked us to present to you today so that we could all hear and review our safety changes and how we plan to implement those for this year. Since also learning that the family wants this annual event to continue with sensible safety measurements, we believe we have not only met those requirements, but have added in additional measurements to continue to have the Raleigh Christmas Parade as one of the safest events in our community, as are all of Shop Local Raleigh produced events. Permitting other parades with less stringent requirements sets a bad precedent and unfairly singles out the Christmas Parade to different treatment than other parades. We are simply asking for the opportunity to present to you what we have worked on and how we want to help make all events in the City of Raleigh safer. Having produced events for the last 78 years, we feel strongly that our community deserves this and that those that have gone before us, we owe this to them. From the Greater Raleigh Merchants Association, Shop Local Raleigh, and I give my last 4 seconds to do a moment of silence in honor of this 10th anniversary today.
Thank you. Next, we
I
have
have a quick question on that. So what I just heard was that there's a presentation that of the safety requirements that you have met and you think you have exceeded on that. Is there a way that we can see that?
Absolutely. I've actually got it here with me today if you'd like copies of that. It actually details out the exact timeline of the current, how the calendar state of events works, all the rules, regulations, and the new things that we have implemented, including security checks, including age of drivers, including having to have windows down for passenger seats and driver seats, how we would operate with inspections. We'd actually worked with a safety consultant. We were waiting on the permit to actually sign those contracts with them, to have them come on site that day. Then they would actually do all inspections with all vehicles, with all trailers. We would also know in advance all towing capacity limits. We would have people on, we'd actually even looked at the parade, not just from the start line, not just from operationally, but also the end, the disband area, where we can also make that a safer experience. The entire process reviewed from start to finish. We had a committee meeting. Several people have met and come on board to help work with us, to help spend the last 10 months reviewing everything from start to finish. We've reviewed parades across the country. We've reviewed safety standards in general. We've gone to special event trainings, trying to understand how we can improve this, not only for the Christmas parade, but how every single event in this city can be the best and safest it can possibly be, because our citizens and our community deserve that.
And you say you have that with you?
I do.
Could you please send that to us via email?
Absolutely. Would you like a copy today?
If you have copies?
Absolutely.
Yes, please. Thank you so
can
much.
hand them to the clerk. Okay, thank you. Okay, next we have the report and recommendation of the Planning Commission.
Good afternoon, Bynum Walter, Planning and Development. I'm joined by Blaney Miller, Chair of the Planning Commission. We're going to walk through items coming out of Planning Commission with recommendations for you that are ready for you to set public hearing. A reminder about some upcoming holidays as we think about our meeting dates between now and the end of the year. We have a couple of, yes, ma'am. We have a couple of items already scheduled for public hearing on October 3rd. This is a continuation Litchford Road, Z223. This has been heard a couple of times before. I also expect to be coming out of committee Z50, the Bickett Boulevard, Fairview Road case would appear for public hearing at evening. And we have a couple annexations that day as well. There's nothing scheduled for October 17, November 7, or November 21. And then we have a continuation of the Z7222 case. You remember we talked about that at your last meeting, and they are moving through the certificate of appropriateness process and asked to come back to you in December to offer an update about that. So relatively light schedule for the next several meetings. So coming out of Planning Commission, we have 4 items. We're recommending 2 for October 17 and 2 for November 7, that evening hearing, the first meeting in November. The first is Z3023. This is 2 parcels on the north side of Trawick Road. The second parcel is actually, it's 2 parcels stacked on top of each other. It's a little bit hard to see in this graphic. Planning Commission recommends approval here, and we are recommending the October 17 afternoon meeting date. The second is 3902 Stratford Court. This is the west side of Lassiter Mill, the east side of Stratford. The applicant here is requesting to rezone from R2 to R4. They are looking for a relaxation of the stormwater requirements here. Planning Commission recommends approval, but there was a vote in opposition because of that relaxation of the stormwater requirements. This is recommended for October 17. Our third item is CP423. This is the downtown transition areas request brought forward by the Glenwood Brooklyn neighborhood. They're looking to amend the downtown transition area map to add transition area nearby to the Glenwood Brooklyn neighborhood. Planning Commission did recommend denial here, and we are suggesting a November 7 public hearing date. The last item is your text change TC223, the Transit Overlay District revisions. This would remove the prohibition on single-family homes and duplexes, limits how large commercial uses can be within apartment buildings, and revises a variety of sections to improve readability. Planning Commission recommends approval. We're recommending the November 7 public hearing date. You'll remember you initiated this earlier this year in response to so much public comment that you heard about concern over the prohibition on the single family and duplex use in the overlay. And At that time, we discussed that this would come back to you before you heard the rezoning and the comprehensive plan amendment for the same neighboring corridor. So we're on track there. Those two items are still at Planning Commission and not likely to be in front of you for public hearing before the 7th. What questions could I or Chair Miller answer for you before you move along?
Councilmember Jones and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. If we can go back to Z32, Z32. I just have a few questions. I noticed in the backup materials that the last sentence says that this would now, when moved to R4, it would be in the FTDO designation. So if that property is sold, how many units can be built on that property?
I would have to get back to you. I'd be happy to provide that information at time of public hearing. I will say the applicant has indicated that their intent is to build a new single-family home, add driveway access from Stratford in addition to the driveway access they have from Lassiter. I believe that's triggering their impervious challenge. They've also indicated a possible intent to add an accessory dwelling unit for a parent. So their narrative does not suggest wholesale redevelopment.
A few other questions. Could this have gone through a different process than rezoning? Is this a Board of Adjustments kind of variance kind of issue that could have gone, or is this not eligible for Board
Not
of
to my
Adjustments?
knowledge, no.
Okay. And then the last question I have is because this is not a conditional rezoning, this is a
That's right.
general
It's
use,
general
right?
use.
So that means there's no conditions that can be added to it. So and I understand there's no worry of it happening because they want to build a garage or an accessory dwelling unit. But if we rezone it and then they do sell it, do the remaining households in this R2 district understand that it could be upzoned to the R4? Are they an understanding of that?
I couldn't speak to that, ma'am.
So is there an option where we could make it a conditional zoning and then say if sold, it reverts back to R2?
That's really at the discretion of the applicant. You remember that conditions have to be offered voluntarily.
Got it.
They can convert the case at this point in the process.
Understood.
But conditions have to be offered voluntarily. It's really at the discretion of the applicant.
Okay. Thank you so much.
I see the city attorney.
And I was just going to add the reversion idea. Essentially, that requires a new rezoning. We can't have a zoning condition that reverts to a prior zoning district.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam
Mayor
Mayor.
Pro
My question is about the text change. The date, I know it's looking for November 7th, and I know you have the overall rezoning for the TOD in committee. When is that supposed to come out?
Right, so the deadline for the rezoning is October 23rd, and the comp plan amendment is later in November. So what I know will happen is we're gonna discuss those items both at the Committee of the Whole next week, and we'll know better after that discussion where they are in their review process. They could ask you for an extension to continue their discussion, or they may feel like they will be able to finish up their discussion at a regular meeting of the Planning Commission in October, could report back to you. That would be at your second meeting in October would be the earliest that would come back to you.
So my question for the chair who's here, would it be helpful for us to have this text change decision done before you all make a decision on the rezoning?
That clarity probably would help the process, yes.
Okay. With that said, I know it's right at 2 weeks. Would we have enough time to get this on our October 3rd meeting? We have enough time to get this on our October 3rd meeting?
That is an option for you, yes?
Okay. And just council, I looked at the agenda. We only have 2 rezonings set for October 3rd. So this would just be a third item added.
I will say we do have a couple of items in the public hearing section of the agenda that need to be rescheduled. We are suggesting October 3 for those. The delay is due to a staff error, and so want to minimize that delay as much as we can for the applicants.
How many items?
There's 2.
So it would be 5
Which
if
are
we had this one.
5, yes.
And I think 5 may be reasonable. So my motion for the would be, if Madam Mayor, if any other questions, I would like to make a recommendation for this one for October 3rd.
Councilmember Jones?
I'm sorry, my brain malfunctioned, and I'm wondering, you're asking to do it earlier, so not waiting until November 7th, and I'm
Correct.
just trying to understand. Can you help me one more time? I'm sorry if you have to repeat yourself.
I want to move this one up because this text change impacts the rezoning for the TOD for the entire corridor. So I wanted a decision made by council on this text change to provide clarity to the board of the Planning Commission on any deliberation decisions they make. This case is tied to that case.
When is that other case coming before us?
They meet in October. We don't know.
So if this waited till November 7th, they would have to, it's not like we would make the decision on both cases at the same time, right?
They could make a decision in October.
But then it still has to come back to us.
I think what he's trying to say is this is almost backwards in terms of timing. So getting out in front of this would provide some guidance to the Planning Commission when they're looking at this TOD.
Because if they both come in at the same time, there's no decision made on this one.
So what I'm asking is there's a distinct possibility that they would come in at the same time. That's where I thought we would have to, it would be delayed anyway, but you're saying that there is a possibility where they would both come at the same time.
I don't want them to come at the same time. I want this,
I
want a
understand what
decision.
you want. I'm asking, is it possible?
Excuse me. Do we have this scheduled yet at Planning Commission? I know you've been meeting regularly on this. When is the next meeting? And when do we expect to have some decision?
So Wednesday, the Committee of the Whole will discuss this again. They've discussed this several times already. They will need to report out to the full commission at that time because they don't have enough time left on their review period to schedule a November Committee of the Whole meeting. So then that report out would appear on their October 10 agenda, and conceivably on your October 17 agenda, you could either see a report from them or a request for an extension of their review period. I will say, if they made a recommendation to you on the 17th, there's a pretty significant mailed notice that we're going to need to coordinate for this rezoning. So I definitely, I cannot imagine we could logistically accomplish that before the first meeting in December, and you may want to wait until the new year. That's really up to you.
Okay.
And that's for the rezoning.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Melton?
I was just going to provide a little more historical clarity. So we had the transit overlay district sort of firmed up, and it's been mapped on 2 routes already. And what the Planning Commission is looking at now is to apply that TOD down Newbern Avenue. And so they're going to contemplate making a recommendation, approve or deny to us like they do on any case. But this, we were asked to modify the TOD based on some conversations with some residents along Newbern. Before it didn't allow single-family homes, and there was some concern about how big some of the commercial spaces would be. So we authorized staff to modify the Transit Overlay District tool to make some of these changes. And what I'm hearing the Planning Commission chair say is it would be helpful to them when they're contemplating their recommendation about mapping the Transit Overlay District on Newbern to have certainty about what they're mapping. So if we don't approve or deny this first, they don't actually really know what they're mapping when they do the transit overlay in Newbern. So it would make more sense for us to hear this, approve or deny it, and then the Planning Commission can continue their efforts on the applying it along Newbern. Because right now, I guess it's not clear to them which version of the TOD they would be applying to Newbern Avenue, and that may ultimately affect their recommendation to us.
I think I appreciate the clarity. I guess my confusion is just if we wanted it October 3rd, why is it being suggested for November 7th? You know, that's the recommendation. So I'm just wondering that's the only question. On why I'm
November
confused.
7 was the staff suggestion, and Mr. Branch introduced the concept of October 3, recognizing that that would allow your body to act before the Planning Commission's deadline on these other items.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay.
So I move for text change TC 222 to be held October 3rd.
All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous. I have one item here, the Mordecai Conservation Overlay District.
I'm sorry, can you set the public hearing date for the other 3 items, please?
This is what I was, I'm sorry, that's special items. Okay. I had a question about that too. So,
I'll make a motion to go along with the recommendations for the other items.
Thank you.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. All right, next, we have special items.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Justin Rometta with Planning and Development. This item is a citizen-initiated text change to the UDO. It was filed back in April of this year. It actually first appeared on your May 16 agenda, but was held at that time for some further discussion with the applicant. The amendment's proposing some changes to the Mordecai Neighborhood Conservation Overlay District, or NCOD. Mordecai is one of 21 NCODs that are mapped throughout the city. They have neighborhood-specific rules that are based on context and are intended to preserve and enhance the quality and appearance of older neighborhoods. Here's a map of the subject area. The overlay district was established in 1994. It's 604 parcels. They're split into 2 sub-districts. District 1 is in orange there on the screen. It's generally on the west side of Wake Forest Road, north side of Cedar Street, except for those 2 small areas in blue on the north side of Cortland Drive. It's 280 parcels. District 2 is 324 parcels on the east side of Wake Forest Road, south of Cedar Street, and plus those 2 Cortland Drive areas. In either district, the majority of the properties' base zonings are R6 or R10. There is some limited scattered mixed-use zoning throughout as well. So here are the existing regulations. As you can see, the NCOD regulates lot dimensions, including size, width, with both minimums and maximums for each, as well as front yard setbacks and height. Just a few notes about NCODs in general. One is that anything that's not regulated here or by an NCOD defaults to the base zoning district. The other is that an NCOD can be more or less restrictive than a base zoning district. And so in this case, the standards are slightly more restrictive than the base R6 or R10, meaning that lots generally would have to be larger and buildings generally would have to be shorter than permitted elsewhere in R6 and R10. Here's the District 2 standards. They're identical with the exception of that front yard setback range highlighted in yellow. What the applicant's proposing is fairly straightforward. It's a minimum building separation of 10 feet and a minimum 5-foot setback elsewhere, unless the underlying zoning district is greater, which it would then revert to the underlying zoning. Also, since the application was filed, initially it was revised to include a limit on the amount of encroachment for covered porches and stoops. And so elsewhere in the city, a 9-foot encroachment is permitted for these features. Here it will be limited to 5. So if you took that 35-foot front setback, for example, a porch could be no closer than 30 feet, whereas today it could be as close as 26 feet. As far as potential impacts, obviously no case then could 2 buildings be closer than 10 feet, whether they are on separate lots or the same lot, like in a cottage court type development, or where multiple apartment buildings were placed on the same lot, which is allowable in R10. So biggest impacts then would be likely to those cottage court development options. Current building separation for those is no less than 6 feet when they're on the same lot, and then 3 feet from property lines. And so that separation requirement could impact the viability of some types of development. Obviously, that front porch depth could be restricted as well, especially given the larger than normal front setback that already exists for this neighborhood. Here's just an example of a recently approved cottage court within Mordecai. It was approved with that 6-foot separation. So as you can imagine, an additional 4 feet separation between each of those buildings would either reduce the number of buildings that could be built there or require some additional land assemblage to get to that same number of units. Adoption of this text change will not change anything specific to this development or anything else that was that's already been approved, but just wanted to show that as an example. So the process, if you authorize the text change today, would look like this. The Planning Commission, or typically it's Text Change Committee, reviews the draft first, make a recommendation back to the council. Public hearing would be set and then held at a subsequent meeting. And then finally, just a few notes on notice and engagement. So prior to Planning Commission's review, draft ordinance goes on our text change engagement portal for comment. Those comments are sent to the Planning Commission and to the council. Of course, all the meetings and agendas are public. City Council public hearing is advertised in the newspaper. And there's also an additional mailed notice requirement specific to NCOD. So any property owner or tenant within the NCOD would also get a mailed notice prior to the public hearing. Concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have from a staff perspective. The applicant, Mr. Sean Ferris, I believe, is here today if you'd like to hear from him as well.
I'd like to make a suggestion and send this to the Growth and Natural Resources Committee. I checked with the city attorney, and she said that would be an okay step. I just have questions about what they're trying to achieve, and rather than trying to do it here, I think it deserves a more in-depth review. So Councilmember Harrison has said that she is fine taking this into her committee.
Yeah, I would welcome having that conversation in the GNR committee. I'd also like to request that we go over other infill design issues or concerns that have come up. I know there's one developer that's having some issue because of an error or omission in the UDO related to townhome projects. I'm also familiar with ADU concerns around the side lot setbacks and how that is different from standard homes. And so I think there's several topics here that are relevant that I would like to cover if the council sees fit.
Second? Do we need to second that? Second.
Okay. I'll make a motion, send this to committee then. Okay, seconded by council. I hadn't made the motion yet, so. All right, all in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you, that was unanimous. Next, we have the Civil Service Act.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Coming back with the civil service exemption list. I know that we also provided you all with backup documentation as well as a memo to crosswalk, but just kind of want to give you an overview of the updates that we made thus far. There we go. Just want to provide you all with just an overview of why we're coming back, the Civil Service Commission, what its authority and jurisdiction is, a little bit about the Civil Service Act, and also the exemption list, how we currently define and the proposed definitions that we're bringing back, as well as review the grievance process, which is policy 300-18, and then the process that we'll have to go through if we make any changes to the current policy and the exemption list. So back on August 15th, we initially brought forward a civil service exemption list based on changes made with positions that need to be updated and added to the list based on restructuring in departments and just updates and positions being added. On September 5th, Council requested that we bring back some additional information in regards to narrowing the scope and providing definitions for division heads, and then immediate secretaries, and also providing a rationale for the current list, such as the crosswalk. So first, let's just talk about a little bit about the Civil Service Commission and what falls under their authority and jurisdiction. So the Raleigh Civil Service Acts basically define the scope of their authority as related to the as a grievance appeals board. They have the authority to affirm, modify, or reserve as deemed necessary those actions which they have jurisdiction over. So what are the actions that they have jurisdiction over? That includes looking at whether there is a city policy violation as it relates to suspensions, layoffs, removals, promotions, forfeiture of pay, or if there's a loss of time. As you all are probably familiar with and looked at a couple of times, is the Raleigh Civil Service Act, which basically outlines the positions that are exempt from the Civil Service Act, which includes, elected officials, employees or officials appointed by the city council or appointed by the city manager or approved by the city council and their immediate secretaries, department heads, division heads and their immediate secretaries, part-time or non-permanent officers or employees serving in a probationary period before becoming permanent employees, and then any employee that's applying for promotion to one of the positions listed in sections 2 through 4. So again, the rationale for revising the Civil Service Exemption Acts is basically to make sure that we are in alignment with the Civil Service Act and that we have the positions that are exempt from the civil service because we do have an upcoming election, and so we need to make sure that we are in alignment. So the first definition that council asked us to bring back is division definition. Currently, there is not a definition for division in our policy 300-1A. We work with the city attorney's office, and the proposed change that we could possibly go forward with is defining division as a unit of a city department or an established city office that is immediately below the department or office organizational level, and it may be an established office that one appears on the city's organizational chart. So basically looking at a division from the standpoint of a department's organizational chart. Division head, we currently do have a definition in policy 300-1A as related to division head, which is now currently division manager, and that is an employee that is reporting to a department director, assistant director, or other city official charged with the responsibility for directing operations of a division of city government. The proposed change that we brought forward, I think the last time, is that we could possibly change it to a supervisor or managerial employee relating to a department director, assistant director, or other city official, and be charged with the responsibility for directing operations, supervising personnel, setting and ensuring compliance with applicable laws, regulations, and department standards for the division or department of city government. Immediate secretaries, again, this is one of the definitions that is not currently defined in policy 300-1A. We basically currently just define immediate secretaries as anyone that's doing the clerical work or supporting of a division head, assistant manager, department director, or the city manager. Working with the city attorney's office, that proposed definition will include any employee who directly reports to and whose primary responsibilities are to provide advanced executive administrative support to a department director, assistant director, or division head, and who exercises a degree of discretion, confidentiality, trust, and reliance in good faith in conducting those responsibilities. So I just kind of wanted to go over again what our current list includes and kind of crosswalk you through that. I know you saw the whole detail of the entire list and the crosswalk, but currently just using the communications department as an example, for our exempt positions currently is the communications director, and that is based on the Raleigh Civil Service Act, and I listed out the section that it relates to. Assistant department director is also totally based on the Civil Service Act as well. Communications manager is considered a division head. It's based on the Raleigh Civil Service Act and policy 300-1A as it currently is, and the same as goes for a video production supervisor. So those are the little footnotes at the bottom. This for executive management coordinator is seen as the immediate secretary for community communications director, which is again related to Civil Service Act definition. And then an administrative specialist is considered an immediate secretary of assistant department director based on our current, based on the Raleigh Civil Service Act currently. Next, I want to talk a little bit about our grievance process. I know that we have the Civil Service Commission that also looks at grievances once they get to a certain level, but we currently do have a policy in place, policy 300-18, that covers the grievance process and the appeals process. So just want to remind you all that even though the positions that are exempt from the civil service can't necessarily go to the commission to go to that level for a grievance, they still have a process in which they can go through a grievance or appeals process up to the city manager depending upon the nature of that particular grievance. Any complaints that are related to harassment or discrimination, they follow our policy 100-20, discrimination and harassment prevention. So if we make any changes to definitions or add definitions or decide to go with the proposed definitions, it does have to go back to civil service. So it would be a change to our policy 300-1A to add definitions and change definitions. So we have to take that back to the Civil Service Commission, as well as if there's any revisions to the list based on the new definitions as well. So just kind of want to remind you of the process if we do any adoptions or decide that we want to go with any of the changes of the proposed definitions. There is a pending civil service election that's out there still waiting. We have a member whose term is expiring, but he can still hold the seat until we get the election process moving forward. Questions?
Councilmember Harrison.
Thank you for all your additional work on this. I think the definitions are incredibly helpful in spelling out who would be excluded from the Civil Services Commission. I do want to thank fellow council members who have brought this issue up and made us aware of, what this really looks like in practice. What I would recommend is a redefining of the immediate secretary position. I did check on this language with Dottie yesterday to see if it would get at the intent. My goal is to narrow a little bit those secretary positions. And so the definition that I would propose is an employee who only performs clerical tasks and reports solely to an employee or official who is exempt from the Civil Services Act. So that's really for council to consider. I'll just say it one more time. A secretary, immediate secretary, is an employee who only performs clerical tasks and reports solely to an employee or official who is exempt from the Civil Services Act. So I'm ready to make a motion to adopt these definitions with this change to immediate secretary, but I don't know if anyone else wants to add anything first.
I just wanted to say thank you, both City Attorney's Office and HR staff, for all of your extra work on this. As I've said before, it's my desire for us to be an employer of choice, and I know this might be a small piece in the large puzzle of things that get employees to stay with us and have a great experience, but I'm glad that we've taken the time to get this right. So barring any other comments, I'm happy to second Councilmember Harrison's motion to employ her definition, provide a definition of immediate secretary, as well as the definitions of division and division head that have been provided in the backup, and then revising the list and having it go to the Civil Service Commission.
Before voting, I just wanted to ask the city attorney if she is good with this change.
So the change is a lawful change. It is a very narrow interpretation and definition, but it is consistent and legally defensible.
Okay, thank you. All right. Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor? Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have the report and recommendation of the city manager.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. A little bit longer list. We had a short one last time, so I'm going to make up for it today. The first item is an authorization of a city-initiated rezoning on Summit Avenue. You will recall this is property in the Dix Edge study. So we have Bynum Walters and CJ Valenzuela from Housing and Neighborhoods here to present this item.
Good afternoon, Bynum Walter, Planning and Development. I'm joined by CJ Valenzuela from our Housing and Neighborhoods Department. So this is an update on a request for proposals that we put out for 15 Summit Avenue that you all rezoned very recently. So remember, this is the corner of Summit and Waterworks. It's very close to downtown South. It's across Waterworks from Eliza Pool, convenient to the Walnut Creek Greenway. It's not in the floodplain. It's about 23,000 square feet. There is a Duke Power transmission that encumbers about 4,000 feet on the southern edge. And there's a view of the site here on your right. So the RFP process, remember, Dix Edge study recommended affordable housing for this site. You all approved a rezoning in January for RX4 with an urban limited frontage. We posted the RFP in May, and we got one response back from Next Step Development within the August 11 deadline. So their proposal, they partnered with Haven Design Build, and they are proposing 11 tiny homes and a cottage court with a community center. Their program targets serves individuals experiencing homelessness or housing insecurity, and the proposal features wraparound support services as well as sustainable design features. And you can see their likely site plan on the right here. So tiny home, detached and attached buildings are not allowed by that UL frontage that was applied to the property during rezoning back in January. So for this type of project to move forward, the site would need different zoning. So our recommendation to you, although there are other options, would be to rezone and re-advertise. So the tiny home cottage court model provides a reasonable yield of about 25 units an acre and is in keeping with the area's built form. Removal of the frontage would permit that type of development or other tiny home detached or attached options. Re-advertising would allow others to submit under the revised rezoning or the revised zoning and provide the folks who did submit an opportunity to revise or improve their proposal. So staff does recommend rezoning to remove the frontage. If you're not inclined to do that, you could direct us to reissue the RFP with greater clarity as to what is permitted under the existing zoning, just making clear that that urban frontage does have a significant build to and limits some of the building types. You could make the property available for upset bid with an affordability goal with the aim of maximizing return to the Affordable Housing Fund, the city's Affordable Housing Fund, or you could decide to hold the property until you have better defined goals than some of these outlined previously in the presentation. What questions could CJ or I answer for you before you discuss?
Councilmember Black?
So I just want to make sure I understand this. The property as is not zoned for tiny homes.
Correct.
And the RFP that came in, the only one that came in was for tiny homes.
Yes, ma'am.
And so, okay, because that was when I was reading this in the agenda, I was like, it seems like a good idea. Okay, so the goal would be to rezone it to be able to issue another RFP to possibly have the same group. Okay, I wanted to have that understanding, and I'm glad you kind of answered it. Thank you.
Great. Councilmember Harrison?
Yeah, I appreciate this proposal that's come in. I think it's very much in line with what we're going for. And I'm curious, if we were to change the frontage to permit this, what would be the harm in simply accepting their proposal as is?
I think that's what they're recommending.
It seems like an option, like we could accept this or we could.
Their recommendation is to rezone, so they would accept that.
Right, so the recommendation is to rezone and also re-advertise. If we're going to change the rules for development, I think it would be, would give folks who maybe didn't respond previously, would give them different information that might bring additional responses.
Councilmember Melton?
I'm really glad to see the proposal that came in because I think it's definitely the type of development that we want. I will just say I'm really disappointed that we have to do another rezoning, given the amount of time that that takes. And then just the delay in getting these tiny homes geared towards folks who are housing insecure on the ground. And I would hope that in the future, if we have any city-initiated rezonings for affordable housing, that we cast the widest net possible, so we don't have to go back and do this again. So, I mean, I would be in favor of doing the rezoning. I understand that we probably should re-advertise. I hope that this group will also come back with their proposal, and maybe we'll get even another proposal. But I would be fine with the staff recommend. I see some head shaking. I just don't see how we can take a proposal when they sort of submitted one that was outside the scope we requested, and then other groups may have also wanted to submit, but they held back because they were like, well, that's not the rules, so I'm not going to apply. And if we have to wait until this rezoning anyway, we can't really do anything with any of these proposals. My suggestion would be to go ahead and re-advertise it and get the proposals in while the rezoning is working through, so that we can vote on the rezoning and then pick one.
I actually have heartburn over re-advertising this. I mean, these people submitted this in good faith, and I really like the proposal that they've come up with. And if I'm leaning toward the rezoning, but not re-advertising. I mean, I feel really uncomfortable kind of getting somebody to put all that work and effort into something, and then we kind of pull the rug out.
I have a question for for Dottie, our interim attorney. Don't we have by law to re-advertise?
I believe that since we are making a significant change, and for the reason that's already been discussed at the table, you would need to re-advertise. Essentially, you're providing a different proposal to request a result, and folks who would not have bid may bid or provide proposals. And you may get a proposal that is, to your assessment, better than what you've been presented.
Okay. And my other comment was I'm glad to see this proposal in this type, and I look forward to us working together to definitely another tool in the toolbox to address our housing challenges.
Councilmember Black?
So, okay, I have another clarity question. Were tiny home communities not a part of the missing middle, like rezoning that happened for the whole city?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Tiny homes was a separate change. It was not part of missing middle.
Oh, because I was like, if it's allowed in missing middle, then it should be.
So the urban limited frontage anticipates a bit more urban development type, and so the tiny home, attached home are not allowed by the urban limited frontage regulation. So the density increases that missing middle affords, right, allowing a little bit more unit per acreage, that would be allowed, but the particular building type is not allowed by the frontage.
Okay, and I also wanted to say that I agree with the mayor. It does give me heartburn as well, but just having met with the people who are over the nonprofit that really want to do like really meaningful change for working with our unhoused community on providing them housing options. I just hope that we can like keep that at the forefront of like what we're trying to do with this property.
Yeah, if I was going to say, if we re-advertise, I think this is, I want to see something like this. We passed this tiny home zoning changes with the hope that this is what we would see. And so if we're going to re-advertise, which the attorney said we need to legally, I'd like to see that incorporated, that concept incorporated into the re-advertisement. Councilmember Patton.
Yes, hi, thanks. A couple procedural questions from me. What are the kind of notice requirements for if we re-advertise? What's the kind of timeline that we would face on that?
I'm going to have to defer to Housing and Neighborhoods on that one. I don't have a lot of using my phone a friend.
CJ Valenzuela, in Housing and Neighborhoods, Mayor, City Council members. Assuming you approve the action today to go with staff's recommendation to rezone the property, we go through the rezoning process, and Housing and Neighborhoods already has templated essentially this RFP, so we would just be doing a simple, like more of a simple modification. We don't have to rewrite the whole RFP, which actually is going to save time. So once it's eligible to get reposted, we have a checklist, a standardized process. We did a 3-month RFP this time around, because keep in mind, we also do pre-proposal conferences. And staff was excited about this too, because we had actually, I think about 10 developers attend our proposal conference. So we were expecting more proposals too the first time. And so we did a 3-month timeline from the RFP. That's typically our standard kind of due diligence time frame, because we actually we go through gov delivery. We actually notify. We actually have a developer list that we notify as well, that we go out there and we do several reminders. You know, we do a pre-proposal. If we do a Q&A, we publish a Q&A addendum. So it's a very, very due diligence related process. So just to give you an example, it's going to be a couple months, but we don't have to, redo the whole RFP. We can just remodify it, in other words, so when it's ready to go.
Got it. So given that you had pre-apps with like 10 folks, we can maybe reasonably guess that some of them will return if we go through this rezoning process. Will it take the full 3 months? Do we have to take the full 3 months, or is there where we can, other than, I understand you're saying it's already written and ready to go, but all the other administrative steps you've just described, does it have to take the 3 months, or?
Not necessarily. Once it's gone through the rezoning process, which takes an X amount, of months, I don't have control over how long it's going to take to go through the actual rezoning process. And once that happens, once you all approve, then from staff's perspective, as far as just issuing the RFP, getting proposals from the time the issuance to the deadline, that was 3 months. Maybe we can take a look at shaving some off possibly to expedite it, but we still want to make sure we do our due diligence, because we could get more proposals, and then that takes greater staff evaluation. And when we receive proposals, we have a rating and rank. We have an actual RFP evaluation team that we set up, and we actually get multiple trades to review these proposals. That's how we found out, this urban limited frontage was a hindrance to the proposal. So we want to make sure that we have our other departments reviewing these proposals as well. So I just want to share that too. So it's not just housing staff. So there's a vetting process. So just to let you know.
Could, Bynum, how long would the zoning process be, since we're discussing this length issue?
Right, I think the best outcome is about 90 days, but it could be longer depending on how scheduling the neighborhood meeting goes.
Okay, Councilmember Melton.
I'm ready to make a motion, but I was just going to add that we're sort of talking about two different timelines. We just got to that we have to do the rezoning and we have to rebid the RFP, which is again why in the future, if we could please make sure we're casting a really wide net so we don't have to go back on affordable housing stuff. And then I don't want to make any mistakes here. I'm very excited about the one proposal we got, and I hope that they will simply just hit submit again. They don't have to do any more work. They can just send it right back in, and then we'll see, to be fair, I'll see if anybody else, and maybe we get a proposal that's the same, but maybe this is benchmarked, and maybe others will come in and we like one of those better. But I do think we need to move forward with this, so I move to authorize the rezoning and to renotice.
I have a quick comment. I just want to talk to everybody watching and listening that the leadership from this organization reached out to me back in the spring with this, not even an idea yet. She's just saying, oh my God, I want to do something. And I really want to uplift the community and say, this is how things are done. You come, we have these conversations, we put you in touch with staff, and we create something like this. There's a little bump right now, but I don't want that to deter anyone from doing amazing things like this, because this is what we need. We're all partnering together. So if you're listening and you have an idea and you want to make it a reality, contact us, because I can't wait until we're able to do this, and I'm really proud of the work that the organization has done. So I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye. That was unanimous. I think you got the message. We want to see some sense of urgency here.
Absolutely.
In moving this forward.
Of
Thank
course.
you.
Thank you.
So the next item is a land acquisition opportunity for Parkside Apartments. So we have Erica Brandt from Housing and Neighborhood here once again talking about our efforts to be able to increase affordability in the city.
Thank you.
I'm
Good
ready to
afternoon.
make a motion to approve. I'm really excited about this.
Great.
Go on. Yeah. I just want to tell you, this is the kind of thing that when I see all of you working on this is the big ideas. These are the things we want to see.
Awesome. Well, thank
Way
you
to
very
go.
much, Mayor and Council. Erica Brandt, Housing and Neighborhoods. We are also excited about this opportunity. So this is a funding recommendation for a land acquisition opportunity for a proposed affordable rental development called Parkside Apartments. So this is a project that is being developed by Blue Ridge Atlantic. They are proposing 144 units. And the project site is located on Kent Road, just south of Western Boulevard. So you can see on the map, the BRT line is highlighted. The parcel itself is about 4.9 acres, outlined in yellow. And they're requesting $5.76 million to help fund the land acquisition. So quickly, just an overview of the income targeting for these units. The community here would house households who are earning between 30 and 80% of the area median income. It would include a mix of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. And each of those unit types would have units for each of the income brackets. So the total number again is 144 units. And you can see the estimated monthly rents there for each of the income levels. So the request for the $5.76 million would be for the city to actually purchase the land. And like we've seen with some recent projects that the city has been involved in, the city would retain ownership of the land with the intent to then lease it back to the developer. So we would assume the purchase contract from the developer, and then pending the results of our due diligence investigation, which is currently ongoing, we would purchase the land, and then the intent would be to come back to council and request authorization to lease that land back for the development of the project. And to give you an idea about the affordability for the units, the ground lease terms would be 75 years, possibly more. And again, just ensuring the city ownership of the land means that we can ensure ongoing affordability really in perpetuity for that land use. The project is also requesting $5.75 million from Wake County, and the total development cost is about $49 million. So our recommendation today is to authorize the acquisition of the project site for the $5.76 million plus any closing costs, not to exceed $6 million total. The funds would come from the 2020 Affordable Housing Bond, the gap financing bucket, which is specifically for affordable rental projects such as this in proximity to the bus rapid transit lines. And after funds were committed, approximately $12 million in this fiscal year gap financing funds would remain in our bucket. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do you have any questions, Mayor Pro Tem?
Not a question. I just want to say thank you, and thank you to the applicant. This is along our bus rapid transit corridor, the western leg, and I had a conversation with the council members. This was a leg that was missing, affordable housing, as far as us allocating land. So I'm glad to see this, and there's anybody else that has land that they want us, the city to have at a lower rate for affordable housing, please do let us know.
Okay, so I've made my motion. Would anyone like to second it?
I have a question.
Councilmember Ford.
Okay.
Where's the county in terms of kicking in their money?
I believe they intend to support the project. They like to see the city kind of take the lead in projects within city limits, but we've only heard positive things.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous. Thanks, Erica. Good stuff.
The next item is an American Rescue Plan Act, as we know as ARPA funding opportunity. You will recall we entered into a partnership last year, and then we've continued through this year with some efforts. So we have Mark Walden from Housing and Neighborhoods here to talk to us about Oak City Biz Labs.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council members. I was here back in the winter with a midpoint report, so this is a closeout progress report today for the Oak City Biz Labs program. I lead the small business development team under the Housing and Neighborhoods Department. I'm joined today by Melissa Terrell from Carolina Small Business Development Fund. She's the Business Solutions Officer, and will be sharing in the presentation. The lineup for what we want to cover today, we'll do like last time and just do a quick reset of reminding the foundation of the program, where this all came from, the nature of the program and how we implemented it, and the important part is the key performance indicators, what we came away with, as well as some of the demographic outcomes. And we will, of course, have time for Q&A. The American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, you may know, recall that was a federal act that would help with COVID-19 recovery of all sorts. We were dealing with the part that deals with small businesses. The act was from 2021. We had 73.2 provided to the city of Raleigh, and 11.9, almost $12 million for economic recovery, and this is part of that for small businesses. The original authorization came back in 2021 from, I think, a prior council. Our capacity partner, Carolina Small Business Development Fund, they had worked with us prior to the Oak City Biz Labs on the CARES Act funded Raleigh Relief Fund, which was a public-private partnership which was very successful in the early days of the pandemic. The purpose of the Oak City Biz Labs was for small business stabilization. So at this point, we'd been through the most acute part of the crisis. Now the challenge was stabilizing the small businesses that were coming out of the pandemic and all of its impacts. The key points were the objective to strengthen operating capabilities and resilience of businesses that experienced significant pandemic revenue loss, so think impact. And the way we approached that was providing an incentive up to $30,000, which was conditional upon completion of small business stabilization training. So the applicants would go through a course of training. Upon completion, then they would become eligible for the funding. The stabilization and assistance for Oak City Biz Labs was originally set up as a $5 million ARPA allocation. The way that was broken up was $4.2 million of it available to distribute to small businesses, and then up to $800,000 in program management and technical assistance development costs on the part of Carolina Small Business Development Fund. 2 rounds of awards. Like I said, we did the midpoint report back in February, and then this is the wrap up for the winter-spring work that happened earlier this year. So you saw most of that before. This is new stuff now. The general eligibility through the 2 rounds of the program was a consistent theme of locally owned and operated small businesses. Less than 50 employees. Honestly, most of the businesses were probably 1 or 2 or 3 micro-entrepreneur type organizations. 50, where I come from, still feels like kind of a big business. So it was very, very small businesses that were the focus of the program. Of course, operating in the city of Raleigh with the important benchmark that they were in operation before the pandemic, as a benchmark so we could assess the impacts of the pandemic on the business. And of course, the business had to be in good standing, no bankruptcies, tax liens, and other bad things. The businesses that saw the significant revenue loss, I mentioned the revenue baseline. The first round, we used a benchmark of a 25% income reduction. By the second round, we looked at our peer cities, and just from experience, we realized we could relax that a little bit to just a 20% reduction in business revenue. There was an exception. We could relax the revenue reduction further if the operations were suspended. For example, many businesses were suspended by executive order from the governor during the pandemic. So those businesses, we wanted to have a little more leeway on what their threshold had to be for revenue loss. A quick summary of the two rounds. When I came to you in February for the first round, the focus of the first round was general small businesses, and the big thing that we wanted to do or felt like we needed to do with the first round was to exclude the recipients of the 2020 Raleigh Relief Fund program. Again, that was a separate program funded by CARES Act. The rationale was that we had no idea how many people were going to respond to the program, and we felt like it would be unfair for the folks who we had just funded a year before with CARES Act money to come in and basically use up all the funding from Oak City Biz Labs and possibly bump other applicants out. So we had them sit out round one. As it turned out, we had much more capacity than we expected. We probably could have entertained all of them the first round, but hindsight is 2020. Round two, for that reason, we made the round two specifically around eligibility for those recipients of the earlier CARES Act funded program. Also, we wanted to focus on storefront businesses because by that time it was becoming clear that online businesses that didn't require foot traffic, at that point there was more comfort with customers engaging with online businesses. It was really the storefronts that were struggling, and certainly we have the remnants of that still today along Fayetteville Street and some of the more empty corridors. So the focus was on storefront businesses. In round two, knowing that we had some capacity left over unused from round one, we knew that we had a challenge of getting the word out. So we did some extra steps in round two to spread awareness to get, hopefully, more participation. We added a new set of FAQ details for clarity, thanks to our friends at Carolina Small Business. They helped us produce a new live info webinar going into the application cycle, which we all made available for replay. I believe it was on your site and ours. We added some office hours where applicants could come and just ask us specific questions after the webinar that they might have about the program and eligibility. We expanded communication promotion for the first time that we've ever done from the small business perspective. We found some funding to do a paid social media boost, knowing that many small businesses, they operate in the world of Instagram and Facebook. So we wanted to go through some more unconventional channels rather than the usual GovDelivery stuff. So we did make some investments there. We also put together the testimonial video that Carolina Small Business put together today, and now I'm kicking myself that I didn't include it in today's presentation, but it's really awesome. There's a small business dentist down on Glenwood Avenue that is called Smiles at Glenwood, so I want to at least give them a shout out. Did a really good job with that 1 minute and 48 investment of your time if you want to check it out. The other avenue that is not listed here is we always work with many partners in the community, business alliances, entrepreneurial support organizations, and they helped us send this message out more than once out to their small business communities to get the word out. And then finally, we extended the application period for an extra week to maximize participation. So with that, I'm going to have Melissa come up here. And her organization was really the one on the front line taking the applications and dealing with stuff. So I'm going to let you review the actual metrics that came out of it, and then we'll talk a little bit more about the rest and some of the experiences of Carolina Small Business.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So in round one, we had served 52 businesses with $1.1 million and 1,754 total hours in training. And in round two, we had 36 with $1.2 million with 1,729 hours in training, and total 88 2.1, and 3,483. We want to thank this partnership, and with the confidence of the City Council administration, that CSBDF was able to successfully administer $2.1 million out of the $4.2 million that were allotted for the program to provide financial and technical assistance to small businesses. By administering the 2 rounds of Oak City Biz Labs and the Raleigh Small Business Relief Fund, our team witnessed the substantial benefit that accrued to businesses when capital and technical assistance are used together. Our team continues to see firsthand the resiliency small businesses have as they pivot and recover from the lingering effects of the pandemic. However, many businesses still need financial and technical assistance to help grow their business while overcoming the economic post-pandemic challenges. The framework that was set up by the Oak City Biz Labs and Carolina Small Business Development Fund has truly put small businesses back on track for long-term success. But many others, including those that saw revenue decline and saw their business operations suffer during the pandemic, still need our help. Our experience in managing Oak City Biz Labs and the Raleigh Small Business Relief Fund show the businesses access the following types of training. And some of those trainings were QuickBooks Online, Economic Insights, Rising Rates at the National Debt, learning how to properly access capital, using social media effectively, understanding Google Analytics, and financial tips for existing businesses. As we move towards the future, and we look forward to working with the City of Raleigh to help strengthen the local economy by growing capacity amongst local small businesses. The ability to deploy the remaining $2.1 million for future rounds of Oak City Biz Labs would contribute greatly to this objective of capacity building through financial and technical assistance. And based upon our surveys of businesses, a combined of 511 jobs are expected to be created and retained by the 88 funded businesses. By continuing the rounds of funding, the City of Raleigh will have the opportunity to create and sustain more employment in the city. Thank you.
All right, we're going to finish up here. The demographic report we also wanted to have collected from the Oak City Biz Labs program. One of the key learnings we had in round 1, we were collecting more information, multiple information per business. Round 2, we were tightening it up, so we were able to reflect a one-to-one. So in other words, many small businesses are husband and wife perhaps, or 2 business owners. So the first round captured the demographics from all the business owners, so that's why you may see that totals are bigger than the actual number of businesses that were assisted. The second round, we were able to designate a one-to-one, so it made it a little cleaner. But you can see that the breakdown for the program in general, just under half of the businesses served were woman-owned businesses, and then from demographic, race, ethnicity perspective, also almost half were minority-owned businesses. So we feel like we met the objectives. One of the key elements of ARPA itself was to serve disproportionately impacted communities, and we feel like that the program was successful for that. And that, I think, is the rest of the presentation. I can talk a little bit about key learnings. That's not on a chart, but we did deal with a lot of complexities with ARPA when we put this program together. It was one of the first ones out of the box, and we were doing it while the rules were getting put together by the federal government, which was very interesting. Being able to balance federal compliance requirements with state restrictions was an important focus, and we feel like we were able to achieve that. And then obviously the challenge was to be able to predict how much or how little would be used. Another key learning is the Digital Learning Academy that Carolina Small Business put together was highly valued by the applicants, and I spoke with more than one applicant who did not get funding, and they still complemented the training. They took the training and complemented, and that's a big deal when they didn't get the funding, but they found found it important to mention. So with that, we are still having some conversations internally what to do with the unused portion of the ARPA funding. We are looking at some options that may serve some challenges we're having downtown or in the BRT corridors, and we haven't fully vetted what that solution would be. So we will be back to you in the future with some recommendations about what to do with that, but hopefully this has been informative, and happy to take any questions.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Definitely, thank you for the information. Thank you for that backup of coming back to us. My question is, coming out of this, is there some type of maybe grant opportunity long-term that we may need to craft or develop for businesses, similar to we do for someone wants to build residential housing? And I'm just thinking of that because a lot of our programs are for facility, upfit grants and things of that nature, but this was more towards operational. And I'm just putting this out here as an idea of something to think long-term, 5 years from now, some type of program. And I'm saying 5 years only to give it time and vet what's out there and spend this money that we can use to help businesses that are getting started. We have had a lot of organizations come and go as nonprofits that say to help small businesses. But we need to have something, I think, that is substantial, and it's going to take, I think, city leadership in some form or capacity working with a nonprofit for it to last long term.
That's a great question. Our focus, as we've gone through through this program and some of the other pandemic relief programs, we've definitely recognized the value of working through partnerships. Our little team of 4 people can't, outreach, and the city budget can't, reach that many small businesses out there. So the value of working with CDFIs like Carolina Small Business Development Fund, with some of our entrepreneurial support organizations, co-working spaces, accelerators, incubators, all of those things are like boots on the ground essential. Those are some of the contours of the things we've been working on in the New Bern BRT corridor through our partnership with our PPCSF recipients, a whole different story. But I think you're getting to the essence of building up a grant and facade grant. They're useful, but they're only going to touch a small segment of small businesses. One of our goals is to expand and leverage that capability, the knowledge base that's in the entrepreneurial ecosystem, so more and more businesses can get the benefit of business plans and technical assistance training in resources like the digital learning library, hand-holding support. It may not always be financial, but having that infrastructure more coordinated and building the awareness, which is really one of our biggest challenges, is making all of the tools that we have available today known to small businesses that they just don't know about it. And we're going to keep trying to make them know about it.
Any other questions? Councilmember Patton?
Hi, thanks for the presentation. Forgive me if you said this. So the ARPA money has to be encumbered by the end of this year, is that right?
I believe it's by the end of 2025.
2025. Oh, okay.
Yes.
So you have some time to make these
Yes,
plans.
our hair
and
is
you
not
don't-
on fire, but these projects also move slowly, so our hair is smoldering.
Okay.
Yes.
Excellent. And before the hair catches on fire, you'll be back in front of us with your recommendations?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Just want to understand the timeline. Thank you.
I just want to thank the Small Business Development Fund for being our partner from the very beginning. When we first initiated this, we thought, oh, this will be like 6 months and we'll be over COVID. Well, we all know that that wasn't the case, but you all stepped up with us in the Chamber of Commerce. We raised the funds, I think it was 1.6 million, to do this the first time and then expanded it. And I just want to say thank you. It really changed the trajectory and really helped businesses throughout the city, with an emphasis too on equity. So deeply appreciated all the work you've done. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the next item is an exciting opportunity. You will recall that we put out a request for interest for a partner in a hotel development opportunity, and things happened. The world changed. We survived COVID, although it's coming back in some form or fashion. I'm excited to have Carrie Painter today bring forward an opportunity for a convention center hotel development that will change the trajectory of downtown.
So good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Carrie Painter, Raleigh Convention and Performing Arts Complex. And I am here today to bring you our recommendation for the hotel choice that we'd like to present. So just a reminder, we engaged JLL to do some studying back in the day and then back again in the last few years to make sure that we still had a need for a hotel. We still were on track for what we needed to be successful. Their report came back and said that between 2018 and 2020, we had lost 181,000 plus room nights because we couldn't book these conferences that needed more hotels. The hotel package with our competitive set was much greater than ours, and we needed 65% more inventory. We took that information and rolled it into a long process that some of us have been a part of and some of us have only recalled. In 2015, HVS recommended 400 rooms, and in 2018, the CVB launched a destination study and they recommended 500 rooms. We were very excited to go ahead and put that out in 2020. We went to LA and met with all the hotel developers. We were on a trajectory. We got in the bids, and of course, COVID hit, and we never did receive all those bids, nor did we open them, and we had to shut down the process. So once again, we went back to make sure that this was still valid. JLL confirmed that yes, it was, and so we put it back out in 2022. We now went to the Hotel Development Conference in New York and met with those as well. Thankfully, we did proceed forward. We put out the RFQ, and now we have submissions in. We have spent months looking through them and reviewing them. These were the key drivers in our selection. It had to be an upper upscale brand. It needed to be at least 500 hotel rooms, iconic and quality that our landscape deserved, and it had to reflect the best of Raleigh's brand. That's been a driver for us for a very long time. On top of that, we really needed to look at the ability to fund this project because the financial climate has changed post-pandemic, and we needed to be sure that this could come true. So for that, I represent and bring forward to you today our recommendation of the Omni Hotels and Resorts. We're very excited about this. They have a really strong experienced team. They have developed 15 hotels, all upscale because they have no different levels of brand. They only do 4-star plus hotels. They've done 15 in the last 15 years successfully and invested $2.5 billion to do that. The beauty of a Raleigh hotel is that it will reflect Raleigh. And so Omni makes every hotel look different. We won't look like Nashville, we won't look like Boston, we'll look like Raleigh because they will design it to reflect where it sits. And so that for us is a wonderful, curated, iconic moment. The certainty of funding was very important, and they came to the table with the funding already in hand. And so there is no question of whether they can bond or fund. They are ready to go ahead as soon as we give permission. This is 6 of their other convention hotels to show you how they look and the quality of work that they do, starting with Nashville and all the way up until their most recent, which will be opening in 2023. And these are the renderings that they've proposed for us. The product will have 500 plus rooms. It will have 5 food and beverage outlets, and yes, a pool roof and a spa, 2 ballrooms, and complimentary meeting rooms to go with it. So this is the other views of it. It's a really great compatibility for us. It will sit on one of the 2 lots in front of the PAC. So today I'm here to request that the council authorize the staff to enter into negotiations with the preferred developer for the Omni Hotel development. And we're also requesting authorization for a budget appropriation for funding to support the consulting services related to negotiating the preferred developer.
Carrie, I haven't seen a smile on your face like this in a long time. So I know a lot of work went into this. Congratulations. I'm going to make a motion to approve your request.
Second.
Okay, that was dueling seconds. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? That was unanimous.
Thank you. So our next steps will be to go ahead and negotiate to work towards the contract. And I am required to remind you that the LGC will also have to approve the public funding of the debt. But thank you, and we appreciate your enthusiasm.
Yep. Appreciate yours too. Thank you.
Yes, and the only thing I would add to that is this was one of the city projects that were included in the most recent ILA funding distribution. So totally excited to be able to fund that out of the interlocal fund. Next, as promised several months ago, we have Tansy Hayward for the City Manager's Office, who will bring back an evaluation and assessment of the review of the City Clerk's Office. You will recall that Gail Smith retired early in the spring after 52 years of service, and for the interim, I've been sitting in the seat, so we're really trying to get somebody to fill Gail's shoes. And so Tansy has done an extensive review of the office, some benchmarking across the state and across the country, and today is going to bring forward some opportunities for council to make some decisions about next steps.
Thanks for such a great introduction. Again, I'm Tansy Hayward, Deputy City Manager. So just a brief heads up on the scope of the information gathering that we did. We did look at extensive literature that was available, School of Government and other kinds of institutions that represent the work of city clerks, to talk about what was the emerging trends and to describe the key functions of city clerks' offices. We did do some benchmarking of state and national peer cities. There were interviews with current members of the city clerks' office staff. We did a targeted survey of both members of the council and functions that work closely with the city clerk's office throughout the city. There was a review of some of the legal considerations under the charter and more broadly. And there were a number of addendums that we pulled together just to make sure that work and discussion that had happened over the city clerk's office was kind of compiled together in one product that could capture all of that information. I do want to note I'll be going through some slides to give a high-level understanding of what some of those work products were. There are some pieces in this presentation that are absent. Some of the work that was compiled does include information that would be protected under state law that spoke to legal considerations or to performance of employees. So there are going to be elements of the report that won't be addressed in this presentation this afternoon. So I do want to acknowledge really quickly a few members of staff. First and foremost, you see on the list members of the city clerk's office. So Cassidy Pritchard, who's sitting at the desk, did take on an interim supervisory role. Everybody else in the city clerk's office also participated fully in the study and have continued to provide great customer service to both our organization and to the community through a period of transition. So first and foremost, want to acknowledge them and their ongoing work. And you see a number of other staff that contributed in meaningful ways to either information gathering or analysis. So want to thank those that made this a group effort. So in terms of benchmarking, there had been previous benchmarking that had also been done, that the Human Resources Department had previously looked at particularly some of the county in North Carolina and their reporting structure. The city clerk's office had also previously looked at North Carolina cities specifically, and they had looked at some of the smaller communities.
The benchmarking that we did as a part of this report really focused on the larger cities in North Carolina and similarly sized cities across the country. So we focused on city manager cities across the nation that were between 350,000 population and 600,000 population. So as you see on this chart, there are a number of organizations where the city clerk is supervised by the elected body. Sometimes that might be an individual or the full body. And then there are a number of cities where the city clerk function is supervised by an administrative staff. So that varied across, whether that was the city manager, a deputy city manager, or some kind of secondary staff person in the city manager's office. This is an eye chart beyond any eye charts. I'm not going to spend much time on this. There's a subsequent slide that hopefully will help take some of the takeaways, but I will just describe what this chart intends to do. So you see some cities that have color running clear across the chart. That just connects you back to the last chart in terms of which those cities the city clerk's office appointed to an administrative official. And we asked cities just to understand and so that they could describe what functions their city clerk's office provides. So you see across the top what work each of these city clerks' functions does across these peer cities. So this is still a busy chart, but in theory maybe lifts out a little bit more of those considerations. So you see at the very top of the column the items that are most common, the work duties that are most common in both the offices where the function is supervised by the elected body and by the administrative body. So in more than 75% of the cities, those functions were provided by the clerks, and then you can see that filter on down. The biggest takeaway here is you're going to see in those, on the left-hand column where it says duties and offices supervised by administrative staff, what you're going to see is there's a greater diversity of functions generally that are provided by those offices if they align to an administrative supervisory responsibility. That's not terribly surprising because it creates more interdependency. Some of the services that they offer are more independent with the rest of the organization. So it's not terribly surprising that you would see those functions that report to the administrative body providing more functions than those that report or are supervised by the elected body. A couple of key items on there that you'll see are things like agenda management, summons, subpoenas, records request, customer service. So again, those are the kinds of functions that you're more likely to see if the function is administratively supervised. So we did offer a survey. It was an anonymous online survey. The link was sent to City Council and about 90 staff who have direct relationship or work very directly with the City Clerk's office. Do want to thank the City Clerk's office for helping to try to figure out where to throw that net. We had 6 council members and 29 staff members participate in that survey. And generally, you can see at the bottom of this slide, most survey respondents believe that they had either a medium or high level of interaction and familiarity with the clerk's office. So a lot of the information in the clerk could be perceived to be related to performance, so I'm only showing a couple of slides that were more broad. So this question asked people to identify the top 3 considerations for them in the alignment of the structure of the city clerk's function. Generally, you can see when we looked at all respondents, people tended to prioritize those things related to the function or the fulfillment of the responsibilities of the clerk's office. It was not as much of a priority broadly for people to think about alignment based on either independence from other administrative units or its relationship with the clerk. We also pulled out that question just for the respondents on the city council, so the 6 respondents on the city council, and ultimately the prioritization for members of the council that completed the survey matched that the factors that would address performance or collaboration, those kinds of things, were generally considered more important than independence or structural connection to the city council. So generally, when we take a step back and think about all of the elements of the information gathering, some of the key findings is, one, again, supervisory alignment varies between administrative and elected officials. So there's not a single right answer. This is really a question for the council to determine what is right for the city of Raleigh. Again, offices with administrative alignment seem to generally have some broader office duties. So in those cases, those cities might have created some opportunities for different kinds of collaboration or organizational alignment that might be able to create service opportunities or efficiencies. Across the board, both in every element, the literature review, the survey work, some of the information from the staff. Technology seems to be increasingly important in city clerks' functions as our organizations change and as community expectations change. And I think there was a consensus that moving forward, collaboration and change management are high priorities in terms of the vision for the whatever structural alignment the office future holds. So one of the things that was embedded with the prior appointment of the former city clerk was the city charter outlines a number of city offices in it. The appointment to the city clerk had also been an appointment for a city treasurer. So one of the decisions that the council will have to make going forward is how to address that. The options that we've identified here is to continue to appoint the city clerk as the treasurer. That isn't recommended. Ultimately, when we reviewed the functions of the clerk, there functionally were not duties highly aligned with what would be contemplated in the charter for the treasurer. You could certainly appoint another existing city employee as the treasurer. That might be the city's chief financial officer, for example. There is also an opportunity not to make an appointment. So there are a number of similarly situated positions that are mentioned in the charter, but that are not required by state law, that are functionally, those duties are performed by other staff. So you could treat this similar to that. It is worth noting that I think at some point there have been prior discussions by the council in the city attorney's office about doing some charter cleanup at some point to both address this and other places where there's the charter no longer reflects the modern structure of the city. With regard to the city clerk, first option is that you could continue the current service delivery that has traditionally been in place in the clerk's office and make no change to the supervision in terms of it reporting to the city council. The second is to, again, not change any expectation of realignment or services, but there was some interest throughout the process in perhaps revisiting some of the supervisory practices and maybe having some new expectations in place. The third option here is, again, not to modify the office itself, but to modify the supervisory responsibility to administration. And the last is to potentially look at those areas of realignment that might be modeled in other best practices and to modify that supervisory responsibility to administration. On the next slide, I am going to talk about some of the appointment methodologies that you could pursue with regard to the realignment of the function. The city attorney's office has provided information to the council on a lot of considerations for appointment procedures. I'm just going to hit a couple of those with regard to options that you have in terms of if you were to modify the supervisory responsibility to the city manager. But certainly the city attorney's office is able to address broader questions about how you could appoint or how you could address or approach appointment. So again, if the council's direction was that the future city clerk should be supervised by administration, there are two paths that you could take, both consistent with the charter. One, you could appoint a current city employee as the city clerk. That role as city clerk would be secondary to that individual's primary classification. That is essentially what you have already done in terms of appointing the city manager as the city clerk. To be clear, we're not recommending that the city manager continue in that appointment as city clerk going forward. But this option would essentially mirror that appointment process. There would be no recruitment or employment negotiation necessary with that option. The second appointment option would be for the city council to appoint an individual specifically to the city clerk position after a recruitment and recommendation of the city manager. Certainly the city manager's office would coordinate with HR and other departments and handle a recruitment process as we do other executive positions. That wouldn't be the city manager's office alone, but we would handle that recruitment similar to other executive level positions. So in the action that the council would take to affirm that appointment, then you would also delegate that supervisory responsibility for that individual going forward to administration. So these are really the two key appointment opportunities or methodologies that you would have if you were going to realign the clerk function to administration. And with that, I'm happy both myself and members of the city attorney's team are available to answer any questions. And I'm going to flip back here because I imagine this is maybe where the bulk of discussion and questions might come from.
I was going to say, let's start with the easy piece, the treasurer piece. I think that there's probably some consensus not to make an appointment since we already have a budget office and they are responsible for the money. So if we could just maybe have a quick discussion on that and provide some direction in that way.
Second.
All right, so all in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. So we got the easy part out of the way. The next part would be how we move forward with the clerk. So any questions for Tansy or comments? Councilmember Jones?
I would love to hear from the city clerk's office right now as to how you feel, what you feel is important for us to consider as we are deciding what the future of this office looks like.
Thank you for the question. I'll just say that our office is fully supportive of the way the council would like to proceed. Obviously, employees as human beings have individual opinions, but we are fully supportive and think that council is going to make the right decision and appreciate the approach that's been taken. We feel it's really comprehensive. Speaking for myself here, feel it's been really comprehensive and have appreciated the opportunity to look at this office that has been this way for a really long time.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Just putting my 2 cents out there, this is something that I feel pretty strongly that it should remain separate. I think that, and other people have said this in previous discussions, that this is our job through the charter, and we have 3 roles that we manage: the city attorney, city manager, and city clerk. And if there have been issues in the past, I think it's our job to help resolve those and make it better for the future. So I would appreciate that opportunity to at least try that. And so I am in full support of leaving it the way it is right now.
Councilmember Fort?
Well, appreciate Councilmember Jones's sentiments. I know that this has been a conversation that's been going on for a while. One of the things I would say is that I know that a lot of municipalities and even some county governments have reorganized their structure and they found it to be somewhat more efficient to have the clerks under the administration for supervisory purposes. Certainly, it eliminates some challenges and makes things a little bit more streamlined in the process. And so I would probably be more in favor of option C or D.
Mayor Pro Tem, and then, did you have your hand raised? Okay, and then Councilmember Patton.
So this is definitely, something that, like you said, is Councilman Member Jones, for a while. We know for sure it's been the same for 52 years. A lot has changed in that time frame. A lot of the work that we do as a city, things that I think historically were considered clerk work, many departments are now doing. The city manager's office is now doing. And I think it just comes down to where we're looking at and moving forward and being efficient. I think being efficient to the community and being efficient overall. And I would have to agree with Councilor Ford in my recommendation of C or D as far as moving forward. And just looking at overall changes in the landscape of what happens. But also it helps, I think, whatever council comes after us in their work and in their roles and working with the overall direction of the overall city.
Councilmember Patton was next, and then Councilmember Melton.
Yeah, I just first wanted to say thanks for all the work. It's been really extensive work that y'all have provided us, and in addition to the work that you all have done that's provided information to us to guide our thinking, I've also been in conversations with people outside of our organization who have maybe a vested interest in how governments are set up, but not particularly in the weeds of Raleigh. And I've had a lot of discussions with all different types of stakeholders as we've been considering this. For me, my inclination is option B, that we maintain the supervision of the city clerk and the structure of it, but revisit some of the practices and some of the roles and the functions of that office. As Councilmember Branch mentioned, the manager's office has absorbed many tasks, and perhaps some of those tasks don't have to live there, and that we can set a new vision for the office and just bring forward some of the innovations that we'd like to see. Thinking back to that chart you showed us, that was what did you call it, an eye game? I forget what word you used, but that one that named out all the types of things that clerks' offices can do. Let's look at that chart and make sure that matches what our city needs, and perhaps shift work back into the clerk's office that could be well housed there. But I'm in support of keeping it in the current alignment.
Councilmember Melton.
I have a couple thoughts. We're in an odd situation because we had a city clerk who was here for decades. 50 years? Was that what it was?
52.
52. And so there's so much institutional and historical knowledge that sort of left with our city clerk. And so we really do have a unique opportunity, this council, to really define what will the clerk's office look like moving forward. And I do think that a lot of stuff has changed in 52 years. Our efficiencies, how we manage information, the internet and computers, and just like so much stuff. And one thing that I think our clerk's office is known for is customer service. If you call, they answer. And dealing with a lot of other, government agencies, that's not always the case, but they are super efficient. And so whatever we do, I think we need to honor Gail's legacy and maintain that efficiency in customer service. But I think there are a lot of other functions that may make more sense now, being better coordinated with the city manager's office. And a lot of that was already happening. And, I agree a lot with what Councilmember Fort said. And I do think that maybe a compromise option here is the council continues to recruit and hire the clerk, but that some of the supervisory roles could live in the city manager's office. And that's sort of an in-between option. And I would certainly support that if that's where the council wanted to go. But I do think the focus on customer service should remain, and then finding ways to be efficient and innovative, because we do have an opportunity here to do something a little bit different after a long period of time.
Councilmember Black?
More to that point, one of the things that is, I guess, leaving me a little with some I just want to understand what we want the city clerk's office to do. We talked a lot about all the different things that they can do and all of the different things that are happening, but I'm just still kind of confused about what we specifically want the city clerk's office to do, and I don't feel comfortable or like well-versed enough to be able to make that decision today until I understand that specifically, like, what do we want from our city clerk's office? Because it's like, oh, some of the responsibilities are elsewhere, so then what do we want for them to be doing? I don't feel comfortable either way, making a decision either way about anything until I really understand that. That's all.
Chancey, could you go back to the slide that has some of the duties and roles?
This slide is probably easier to see than the other.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so, ultimately, again, I know there's a lot of information on this slide. I think currently in the city, on the other slide, it does give you more of a little bit bird's eye view into the city of Raleigh's clerk's office function. So I think if you just look on the left, I'm going to speak to the left side of the chart here, the duties and offices supervised by administrative staff. So in Raleigh, the clerk's office certainly maintains records. They do minute management for the council and provide some minutes for some quasi-judicial proceedings. There's certainly opportunities to increase coordination with the rest of the organization in terms of minute management for boards, committees, commissions. So that minute management is shared by other functions in the clerk's office. Board appointment or contractual attestation, the clerk's office does provide that. What you know Cassidy very well through the board appointment process, so certainly that they play a very important role in board appointment. Agenda management is primarily coordinated by the city manager's office in Raleigh, and for the most part, the clerk's office doesn't have a role in summons and subpoenas. I'm not going to go through this line by line. The next line down in terms of coordinating council events, again, that's functionality that is performed right now by the city manager's office. Records requests are in our communications function, which is supervised by the city manager's office. Administrative support to council members is again provided by the city manager's office. We don't have, some of this is you're going to see things that are specific to places. We don't have a lot of the election related functions that we saw in some of the national peers. And then we are in the process of trying to develop a citywide customer service function, and it will live in the city manager's office. So beyond that, I'm not going to continue to go through the chart, but those are some of the kind of key points where there's potential opportunity for different kinds of collaboration or alignment of functions going forward.
I just want to see like what exactly, like I get that these are like the things they could do, but like what exactly specifically like listed out, what do we want the city clerk's office to do? That's like, I think what I'm looking for to be comfortable.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak to Councilmember Black's question. I do think that's probably something we all agree on, that we want to come up with this realignment of duties and determine how to move forward. So that would be something I would recommend that we move forward on, perhaps with some options put forth by the manager's office, and or we could have a city council committee to help, look at that. When it comes to the supervision, ultimately, I do agree about keeping it still with council at this time. But as I said, I would hope that we could move forward on determining what that realignment of duties would be.
Councilmember Patton?
Yeah, I think so. It's kind of, there's like a, it sounds like we're trying to basically decide who's going to be the boss of the clerk. Is it going to be us? And then make the decision to what will they do? It sounds like you'd have more comfort deciding what they're going to do and then deciding who would be the boss. Yeah, I think that's might be an oversimplification of the choice we face, but I think that sometimes it helps to put it in like different terms.
Well, how I see it right now, Councilmember Fort, Branch, Melton, and myself want to go in a different direction. Councilor Black isn't sure at this time. She wants more information on what the duties will be. And then Councilmember Harrison, Jones, and Patton want to keep this as it is. So what I'm going to suggest is perhaps you bring this back to us with a list breakdown of what the duties will be, so we have a better understanding, whatnot, and we can provide feedback.
Also, what does supervisory look like? Because a lot of the concerns have been, some of the things that they needed to happen didn't happen. And if the supervisory role lied with council, like, what does supervisory look like for the role for leaving it with council?
Yeah, we can certainly lay some of that out indirectly. I think in any case, if the position was aligned to the city manager is still accountable to you all directly for the performance of both this and any other function. And so I do want to make it clear, I think in any path that we take, ultimate accountability is to the city council. I think it's a question of what is the day-to-day direction and support and guidance. So, I think functionally, and we can certainly follow back up with this, but supervision would be things like, day-to-day support, setting of goals, annual evaluations, determination of merit. I mean, those are some of the key functions that we would consider from a supervisory perspective at an executive level. I do want to, and we can certainly come back and share in greater detail what potentially some of the realignment opportunities are. Again, I do want to make it clear on this slide here. I think the reason why you see in the administrative some of these functions more common in a collaborative alignment in the clerk's office when it reports to the administrative side is it creates some codependency on functions that are managed by the administrative function. So I do think that we could certainly come back. There probably are some realignment functions that don't practically make sense from a day-to-day collaboration perspective if the function is reporting to the city council. So I think that is why you see very commonly some of these things in a clerk's office if it's administratively reporting, and you don't see them represented at all if they report to the city clerk, because it is about the day-to-day collaboration and organizational dynamics in terms of the interplay of those services. So, but we can certainly maybe lay that out in greater detail in a follow-up report.
Okay. All right, I think that would be helpful in making a decision.
Right, amazing. And the last item today is something I'm totally excited about. We have for a long time had an ACM who has been serving in dual capacity as the transportation director and assistant city manager. And although he, like myself, loved this organization and think we can do it all, it is time to cut that tie and make that appointment. So I am totally excited today to announce that our newest member of the City of Raleigh family is Paul Callum. And this is literally hot off the press since this morning, so don't jump all over me if I didn't get it to you earlier. Really, we made this decision this morning. And so quite frankly, Paul is a veteran of the city. He's been here since 2000. He is also a retired Navy reservist in service to our country, and he has been one of the dynamic teammates of the city's transportation department, planning department. So he's kind of been all over the place, always doing us a good job. So it is truly my honor to invite Paul to our management team as the newest member.
Thank you, Madam City Manager. So I just want to, basically it's an honor and a privilege to have this opportunity to lead a dedicated and talented team here. And so super excited about the opportunity. And my thanks for Marshall here to give me the opportunity to lead such a great department here. You know, Raleigh's always been my home. I've always had a special place for Raleigh and the community here. So again, looking forward to all the great things we can do. And just want to kind of give a shout out to a lot of my colleagues out in the audience for the support. So I really appreciate that too. So again, I thank you for the opportunity. I look forward to working with each one of you.
Paul, I just want to say congratulations and thank you for stepping up. One thing I've always admired about you is you look at things and how do you get to yes? And it's, you know, the innovation, the creativity you show, I think is going to serve us really well, especially as we move forward with transportation challenges that we have in the infrastructure. So looking forward to seeing where you take us.
Great. Thank you again. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I may. Just real quick, Paul, I just want to say thank you for your work. We know each other, so my calls to Michael are now, I guess, coming to you directly. But I also want to, take the time to say to Michael, thank you for, you know, not just your work as transportation director, but interim transportation director as well, and carrying that. So I give you one extra hour of sleep now.
And so in closing, totally, I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge the work of Michael Moore, because he really had two heavy lifts during a chaotic season. Like, we have been really, really busy over the last 12, 14 months. And so Michael has handled both sides of that very well. So hats off to you, Michael, for serving with pride.
Yeah, I'm still going to call and text you, Michael. So.
And that concludes my report for today.
Way to end on a high note. Okay, next we have the report and recommendation of the Substance Use Advisory Commission.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Lakeisha Shaw, Department of Equity and Inclusion. I am here to introduce Sean Valley, the Chair of the Substance Use Advisory Commission, and he will present the annual work plan today. Sean?
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. Should be relatively quick today. This is an update from our previous year work plan. A lot of the work that we're doing is a continuation of what we presented from last year. So for those of you who were in office then, you'll recall some of the content here. My name is Sean Valley. I'm in the chair for the past year. If you have any questions, you can reach out to me at any time. Happy to address anything related to the structure and organization and our plans for SUAC. So the primary focus for SUAC since our last work plan has been really to address two overarching challenges related to substance use and related mental health challenges in Raleigh. And that's really that we have a limited understanding of the scope and effects of substance use in Raleigh. And we have an inadequate opportunity for community-wide collaboration. So there's a lot of fragmented services that are related to either directly or tangentially to substance use and mental health in Raleigh, but there isn't a whole lot of opportunity for collaboration amongst those services, and there isn't a clear sense of direction as to what specific effects and issues that we are addressing deliberately. In 2023, we had 4 major kind of milestones, achievements. The first was in the development of community surveys. As you might have seen if you've reviewed our detailed updates, part of our goal here in trying to better understand the effects and needs related to substance use in the community has been around a surveying initiative that we've been working on. So we've developed 2 comprehensive surveys, one for individuals in the community and one for service providers in the community, and that we are now moving forward. We'll be doing some deliberate work on to get responses on those surveys. The second is greater community engagement through social media. This has been a big step for us because up until now we haven't really had a way to reach people. And so we've established some comprehensive social media platforms and are beginning a plan to start engaging more broadly with the community through those. We've also increased interdepartmental collaboration. We've started having regular speakers come to our public meetings, which has been a fantastic way to learn about recommendations and different issues in the community from those who are working regularly on these issues. And in the future, we hope to be presenting some specific recommendations that have come from those presentations. And finally, we have hosted listening sessions at community organizations, which have been an invaluable opportunity to gain insight into the experiences of those who are immediately working through issues related to substance use. Again, our priorities moving forward are primarily to publicize those community surveys that we've developed, and I hope that either prior to or by the next work plan presentation, we'll be able to provide you with an actual comprehensive assessment of the data we've gathered through that surveying, and to be able to put forward some actual recommendations about what we might be able to do at the community level to address some of those issues we've identified. We're also continuing to work on community engagement through, again, continued speaker collaborations, collaborations with other departments in Raleigh, collaborations with other communities. And finally, we are working towards a comprehensive report and recommendations, both from information related to those surveys, as well as some other policy-related initiatives we're working on with resources in the community. At that time, I'm happy to answer any questions. Again, happy to address questions about our specific initiatives for this year or high-level thoughts around the structure of SUAC moving forward.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Sean? Mayor Pro Tem?
Just one question. Have you all had an opportunity or thought about reaching out to the social workers in the Acorns unit as far as receiving data and information from the encounters that they're having in the community?
Yeah, I appreciate that. We actually have specifically reached out to them. We have a couple folks on our commission who are social workers who have direct contacts with the Acorns Group.
Cool. Thank you.
Councilmember Black and then Councilmember Melton.
Can you go back to the slide that had the overarching challenges?
Yes. Do I have control over going back? Let's see.
Yeah.
There we go.
There you go. So I hear this a lot, I hear this a lot, that is a difference, between about specifically the limited understanding of the scope of what the work is supposed to be. So I just wanted to know, how can we as a council be more supportive of, helping you with that, challenge? Is it that you need more directive or, what?
So what we're trying to focus on specifically is not so much the scope of what we need to be working on, but the scope of the actual challenges that our residents are facing in Raleigh. And so the limited understanding for that just comes from the fact that there really has not been any sort of collection of objective information about what is going on with substance use. And so we have a lot of anecdotal stories, and we all have our own various experiences, either, again, directly or tangentially. But what's lacking is that aggregation of objective information. And so here, when we're talking about the limited scope and effects of substance use, that's what we're
Is there a way that the city could assist with, getting that data?
Yeah, so through the different surveying that we've done, the communications department and other offices in the city of Raleigh have already been incredibly helpful at starting to get that information out, and we're establishing collaborations with those to further push that out and get responses with that.
Awesome sauce. Another thing that I wanted to uplift is that we have a lot of community surveys that come out through the different boards, and I just really wish we had like a more streamlined way for us to be supportive of sharing those surveys. Like, since we are so public and people really pay attention to the things we tweet and say, like, it would be helpful for us to be able to, like, and this isn't for you, this is just a general comment, to be able to like have these surveys that are coming out of the community engagement departments or the substance use advisory council or like any other boards that are creating these like sort of community-based surveys, have them flow like to us in a really streamlined way so we can help uplift that. But other than that, thank you.
I appreciate that, and we would certainly appreciate streamlined avenues for that. I know there are certain legal challenges as well with the distinction between what we are doing as a commission versus, formalized city communications. So that's a challenge we've reached into, and that's why we've established a lot of the social media and other avenues specifically for SUAC that will help foster greater connection to the community that way.
Councilmember Melton?
I was just going to thank you for your work, and I would move to approve your annual work plan.
Hang on one second. Just a few questions. One comment. So I am the liaison to your board, and you're the last board that I have not been to yet, and I apologize.
No, I appreciate
I
it.
did try to attend the last one, but you guys moved. You went somewhere else, and I was like, oh, no, they're not here. So I am so sorry that I have not been able to reach out to you guys, but I promise that's changing, and from now on, I will be at every one of your meetings. So thank you for that. I also was at the Raleigh Historic Development Commission meeting this morning, and they taught me about the engage.raleighnc.gov, and that has a lot of surveys on it. So I hear what you're saying, that some are city initiated and because it's a board. So I was going to say that, and then you corrected me right there, and I went, oh, okay. But I'm just wondering how we can make those, even if we distinct, these are city initiatives and these are board, but if they were all in one place, I think to your point, Councilor Black, it would really help the community understand that there's one central location to give feedback and understanding. So I can't wait to see you next month, and I really appreciate the work that you guys are doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. So we have a motion. Do we have a second? Second. Councilmember Black, all in favor? Aye. Okay. That was unanimous, Clerk. Thank you so much. Next is public hearings, and I'm going to suggest we take a 5-minute break before we start the public hearing phase. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We'll be back soon. Thank you. If everyone could take a seat, we'll start with matters scheduled for public hearing. The first is rezoning Z423. This is the east side of Creedmoor Road, south of Millbrook Road, and just north of Sherburne Place.
Yes, ma'am. Bynum Walter, Planning and Development. I regret that we need to reschedule this public hearing. It was not appropriately noticed. We had an issue with our mailed notice. And so we cannot hold the public hearing today. Staff is recommending a new public hearing date of October 3rd. We are ready to mail if you are. We're trying to make up for delaying our applicant.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor? Okay. That was unanimous, and we'll move that to October 3rd then.
Thank you, ma'am. The second item, Z17 on Jones Franklin, is in the same situation. And so would ask, would ask that you reschedule the public hearing for October 3rd, please.
Motion to reschedule to October 3rd.
Thank you.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you. Next, we have public nuisance abatement property liens.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Bryce Abernathy, Housing and Neighborhoods. I think we can take a few of these off of this list now. They've been paid. 917 Crosslink Road has been paid, and 721 Dawnwood Court has been paid. Going down the list here, we got 4025 Crowfield Drive. This was high grass on the lot. There's a house there, it's vacant. Staff noted that it's high grass and sent the appropriate notification to the owner. It was not cut and resulted in a nuisance abatement. Excuse me, I got ahead of myself there. 4025 Crowfield, this is high grass. Owner was notified. Resulted in nuisance abatement. Any questions? The next one is 509 Cutler, and this was a variety of recyclables and trash around the house. Again, resulted in a nuisance abatement. 613 Southeast Street. There was some overgrowth encroaching into the sidewalk that we cleared up, but the main concern was in the backyard. Complaints from the neighbors about snakes and stuff, and we're not certain, but the backyard had not been addressed for quite long. It was really high. (2628) Iman Drive, which we've some of you may be familiar with that one. Again, house is vacant. High grass, debris in the yard. We cleaned all that up.
Question on this one. This is my district. We've seen this property before. I think we already declared it unfit for human habitation.
We did,
Is that
and
right?
it is currently vacant.
And it was a year from that point before we can take any additional
Right, we're looking
action
at
on that.
December, bringing it back for a 90-day repair demolish for the house.
Got it. Is there a statutory limit on how much lien? I mean, I'm assuming this will continue to be vacant. The grass will continue to grow. We'll have to abate it again. Is there a limit on kind of how much value we can put on the lien?
No.
Okay. Okay.
126 Longview Lake Drive. Again, this was high grass. and some debris in the yard resulted in nuisance abatement. 5917 Meadowlark, again, high grass was noted and it was abated. 7313 Valley Cross, this was some limbs in the yard and some overgrowth onto the sidewalk going into the street. And the last one was 3901 Virginia Street. Again, it was high grass. If you have any questions about any of those, I'd be happy to answer them.
I'm noticing, and correct me if I'm wrong, are most of these like vacant properties or abandoned properties that we're noticing?
A lot of them are. A lot of times, yeah.
So I'm wondering, and this is kind of more or less, I think, where I'm going with housing or neighborhoods, and the city attorney, if you help as well. Is there a way we can start looking at reaching out to individuals with abandoned properties and seeing if they even have a plan for bringing these properties up? And I'm only bringing that because we have a housing issue. You know, is there something, or maybe some other city does for vacant properties?
First, we could always voluntarily contact a property owner and have a discussion.
Mm-hmm.
So we can always do that and find out what the property owner wants to share with us. As for other jurisdictions, we're glad to look into that issue and report back. I believe that from what I've heard from my peers, we're doing many of the same things that our peers are doing.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, if it's okay with the council, if we could just get some information on what other peer cities may be doing with abandoned properties. And then, you know, once we have information, we can figure out if there's a path forward or anything before any other ideas.
Okay, any other questions? Councilmember Black.
Hello again.
Hi.
I'm always gonna be the one person that's like, and I know you're always like this girl, but I just, again, am just wanting to uplift the mutual aid process that I think would really be robust in helping keep some of these liens off of these properties, especially for things like tall grass. And I understand that the city has limitations on like being able to ask people or putting out a program or creating a program that like is literally for keeping people from having to go through this process. But I just want to uplift it again. I really think we need a mutual aid process that's really robust for things like this. So we're not constantly having to do stuff like this to people.
So you did mention the Raleigh Mutual Aid Hub in the last meeting, and we have reached out to them, but we haven't been able to circle in on a
Let me help you with that. I'll follow up with you after, because I know them pretty well.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, no one has signed up to speak. I'm going to open the hearing and close the hearing. Do we have a motion?
Move for approval.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? So that was Councilmember Jones and Black opposed.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have petition annexation AX 1723.
Good afternoon, Bronwyn Reedus with Planning and Development. This annexation petition is for two properties along Wall Store Road, located along the southeastern edge of Raleigh's planning jurisdiction. It is inside the ETJ, contiguous to city limits, also adjacent to Garner town limits. The total annexation area is about 193 acres. There is a subdivision plan currently under review that propose 413 detached dwellings and 214 attached dwellings. And this is in an area of known service consideration, as it is outside of standard response times. So utilities are nearby, but would be required to be extended by the developer for the future development. Current zoning on the site is R10 conditional use and R4 for the little piece down south. The R10 conditional use portion of the site was rezoned in 2022. Just look at the site topography. There is an existing USGS blue line stream. And again, site location is on the southeastern edge of Raleigh's planning jurisdiction, just south of the Pearl Road property, which is planned to be a future Raleigh Park. Here's a look at that subdivision plan. Again, you have some detached single-family lots, some townhomes, potentially duplexes planned here. I'll note too that the subdivision plan includes a parcel to the east that fronts Rock Quarry Road that is already annexed. And this subdivision plan is named Rock Quarry Road Assemblage. Some views of the site, currently heavily wooded. Here's going into a little bit more detail about that fire service consideration. So today, the NFPA standards for the arrival of the first engine, the second deployment, and the full deployment to a fire suppression incident are not being met. But that concludes my presentation. Can I answer any questions for you all before you open the public hearing?
Councilmember Patton.
Hi, this one won't be for you. Has the fire master plan gone out to bid yet?
No, ma'am, it has not, but we were discussing it this morning. I think we're very, very close, I would imagine, in the next 2 weeks.
Any other questions?
For the applicant.
No one has signed up in opposition, so I will open the hearing. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. Samuel Morris with Longleaf Law Partners, 4509 Creedmoor Road, Suite 302, here on behalf of the applicant and property owner, RQ Land LLC. Bronwyn just gave a very thorough overview of the request, so I'll sort of just jump forward and tell a little bit more about the story and some of the public benefits associated with this project. As you heard, this project or property was rezoned in 2022, along with the parcel fronting directly along Rock Quarry Road. That includes the sort of CX node located along Rock Quarry Road. We worked extensively with the city and with neighbors in the area throughout 2021 and 2022 to accomplish this rezoning. We landed on R10 and CX3 to provide a healthy mix of housing types and uses on the property. I'll just note that the only portion included that was not part of that is this small R4 portion, which has been acquired and folded into the development. So development of this site pursuant to that 2022 rezoning will come with a number of substantial public benefits to the city of Raleigh. So first, these conditions include a number of substantial environmental public benefits. There's an extension of the Neuse River stream buffers from 50 feet to 75 feet. The developer is required to perform localized no-rise flood studies on the two streams that are running through the property. And there is double silt fencing required before any grading or construction will occur in proximity to those streams. You also heard about the Peach Creek or Peach Road Park. The approved rezoning conditions will enhance the connectivity, or I'm sorry, Pearl Creek, Peach Road, different case. The approved rezoning will substantially enhance the kind of public and pedestrian connectivity between this property and that future roughly 155-acre public park. We will provide multiple pedestrian and multi-use path connections to that park, and we will also provide a 10,500 square foot pocket park along that path. So together, we think these public benefits, in addition to the substantial roadway improvements and increased housing options, this is really an opportunity to make a meaningful and beneficial extension of the city's corporate limits. As you heard, there's a fire response time that's been identified at this site and a number of other developments along Rock Quarry Road. We understand that for properties within the ETJ, the city's generally been placing a one-year delay on the effectiveness of any annexation, again, to address the fire response issue, but still allow developers to connect to water and sewer and kind of proceed with these developments that have been in the pipeline since before this issue was identified. So the property owner totally understands the city's approach to the issue in this area and would embrace the same approach being taken for this property. Thank you for your time. Happy to answer any questions that you all have. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody have any questions?
Just real quick, when are you has construction planned? When are you looking to start? And when are you looking to have the first house to be occupied?
So it's a very large development, so I believe the actual construction and kind of taking down of properties will go in phases. I don't know an exact date right now. I do know that the one-year delay on annexation is very workable.
Okay.
So certainly nothing certainly nothing before, I guess it would be June of next year. But a subdivision plan was submitted at the end of 2022. I know it's typically at least 12 to 18 months before any dirt gets moving.
Okay.
Councilmember Jones?
This question is for Chief Griffin. We have these next two cases that have fire concerns, and I just want to pick your brain a second. Is a year long enough? Do you need more time? I'm just worried that if it breaks ground in a year and we don't have a fire station, then we're still not going to be solving the problem.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mayor Baldwin, Madam City Manager, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. That's a great question, but unfortunately, I cannot answer that question in regards to infrastructure assets. You and I had a conversation earlier in regards to the actual assets of fire service and the trucks. As you know, it takes upward of 4.2 years to acquire a fire truck apparatus right now. So that would be hard for me to answer and give you the correct data for that.
Thank you so much. I just want to make sure that our conversation from before is just out here right now. If there's a 4-year delay on apparatus and we have stations that need to be built and all that, a year is not a sufficient amount of time to solve those before this becomes.
That's correct. Okay. Collectively, right now, it takes us 3 years to build a fire station.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you
1 year
so
closeout.
much. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Follow up
Yes,
on that. When is the next time the ISO or the NFPA evaluation is going to be done?
ISO evaluations?
Yes.
They do them every 2 years. We just completed last year, so 2 more years after that. So you're looking probably 2026, 25, sorry. Yeah.
Cool, thank you.
And we did get a ISO 1 rating, highest rating. Yeah. Yeah. Any other questions?
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Any other questions for the applicant?
Quick question, with this information, the time frame y'all working on, as long as we allow you the ability to move forward with working towards connectivity, would June 30th of 2025 will be sufficient?
I'm not sure I'm able to answer that question right now. I would have to, unfortunately, the property owner's not able to be here today. But if that's something that you'd like us to look into and give an affirmative answer on, I think that's something we definitely can look into.
Okay. With that being the case, then I just ask that we hold this until our next meeting as under special items,
And just
so he can answer that question.
to make sure, Councilmember Rance, you're suggesting they would be able to tap water and sewer
Mhm.
during construction?
Correct.
Got it.
Understood. Thank you.
All right, I will leave the hearing open, and this will be rescheduled for our next meeting under special items.
And that'll be during the day.
Mm-hmm.
If you leave the public hearing open, it would need to appear under public hearings. I just wonder if you would rather hear this in the afternoon or the evening on the third, or,
Well, if I
Yeah.
close, I could close it, but then, well, the only question they're answering is that. All right, so I'll close the public hearing then, and we'll do it on the afternoon under special items.
that sounds great, thank you.
Okay? We need a motion on that.
So move.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you. All right, next we have petition annexation AX 2123.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Sarah Shaughnessy, Raleigh Planning and Development. So this is another annexation petition to annex just under an acre in West Raleigh. If annexed, it would become part of Council District D. This is on Prince Drive. It is in the ETJ. It's also, and contiguous with corporate limits. It's also adjacent to Cary's planning jurisdiction, and they have been notified. The property is currently vacant. It's zoned R6 conditional use. The petitioners are hoping to build a single-family home on the property and have requested to connect to water and sewer. It's in the Swift Creek Watershed Protection Overlay, but in that new urban designation, so annexation is allowed for residential development. And again, as with the last case, and as you've noted, there are standard fire response time issues here. Utilities are located immediately adjacent to the site, and I will just stop there unless you have any questions for me.
Any questions for staff? Okay, I will open the hearing. No one has signed up to speak, so I will then close the hearing. Councilmember Harrison, your district.
Yeah, I'm prepared to make a motion. I think because it's just one individual house, I'm not so concerned about the fire issues with this one. So I'll motion to approve.
Seconded by Councilmember Fort. All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you. Next is petition annexation AX 2423.
Hi again, Bronwyn Reedus, Planning and Development. This annexation petition is at 301 Sadie Hopkins Street. It is a site of just under a half acre, currently vacant. Again, it is within that Swift Creek Watershed Protection Overlay District in the new urban land use designation. They are proposing a single-family residence to be constructed here. Water and sewer are available to the site, which you can see here, currently available to the site. Again, in that Swift Creek Overlay District. And the site is located on Sadie Hopkins Street, just south of Tryon Road, close to the intersection of Tryon and Lake Wheeler. Do you have any questions that I can answer before you open the public hearing?
Any questions? Okay, thank you. I'm going to open the public hearing. No one has signed up in support or opposition, so I'll close the hearing. Do we have a motion?
Yeah, motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you. Okay, next we have rezoning Z2323 Buffalo Road.
Good afternoon, Hannah Reckow, Planning and Development. So this is a request to rezone one parcel around 3/4 of an acre in size from R6 conditional use to a new R6 conditional use district. This is located in northeast Raleigh, a little east of the intersection with New Hope Road. There are a few commercial uses in this area, but largely a residential area of various scales. The site is currently undeveloped and forested, and you can see some views from Buffalo Road here. They're requesting one zoning condition that would prohibit the apartment building type. I'll note that currently the apartment building type is not permitted in R6 except for in frequent transit areas. But this condition would sort of lock that in should the UDO change at any time in the future. So the change from one R6 to the other, really what's affecting this is the existing zoning conditions that apply to this existing R6 district, which extends kind of to the north. So it's a larger subdivision that restricts development on the site, particularly an effective 100-foot setback from Buffalo Road. So the sort of buildable area currently is restricted by those current conditions, and so there'd be a small change in entitlement under the requested district. Future land use guidance here is for low-scale residential. R6 is one of the zoning districts that aligns with that designation. There's no guidance from the urban form map for this area. And the request is consistent overall with the comprehensive plan, triggering policies around kind of reinforcing the urban pattern and infill development. One inconsistent policy that was cited recommends no new single-family lots on major streets. The R6 district would continue to permit our detached homes, so that policy is cited here. And that's the end of the presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Any questions? Okay, I am going to open the hearing then. No one has signed up in opposition. Who is here for the applicant? Is that Amy?
All right, good afternoon, Council, Mayor. My name's Amy Kraut. I'm an attorney at Smith Anderson. I represent the applicant in this case. I just want to give a little bit of quick background to why we've requested this rezoning. You'll see it's a small vacant parcel located in the city ETJ, and there's a creek that runs along the rear of the property, so any development of this site requires a 75-foot greenway easement. So it's already a small property, and it's limited because of this dedication requirement and because of the lingering zoning conditions that were originally adopted as a part of this Winchester subdivision that you can see on this next slide. Those were adopted in 1993, and they applied to 4511 Buffalo Road, this subject property, and actually the property adjacent to it. Those two properties were never incorporated into that subdivision, but those conditions still linger on that property. Those conditions are very specific to that subdivision, talking about density, stormwater, lot size, the maximum number of lots, and really prohibiting development here, that 100-foot landscape buffer on Buffalo Road. So it really limits the meaningful development of this site that has been vacant for years. Again, we're just requesting that we keep the R6 zoning, lift those previous subconditions. We added the prohibition on apartment buildings just to protect future development, and otherwise this is consistent with future land use map and city's comp plan, so we're happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Okay, any questions? Councilmember Patton?
Yeah, hi, just one. I mean, it's obviously a very modest entitlement increase. It's not very much. I assume it's your intention to annex in the future?
I think that would be the intention if the property was developed, but they'll come back with a request at that time once we figure out what the rezoning is.
Got it. That's all I got.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, I'm going to close the hearing then.
Yeah, I'm happy to make a motion. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated September 19th, 2023, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates as described in the agenda item under recommended action.
Okay, seconded. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you. Okay, and our last item under public hearings today is Comprehensive Plan Amendment CP 323. This is Kellum Wyatt Farm Park.
Yes, Brown and Reedus Planning and Development. This comprehensive plan amendment has been initiated by Wake County, who are the owners of this parcel that is the Kellum Wyatt Farm Park. The amendment request includes 3 distinct changes, 1 to the future land use map, 2 to the street plan map. I'll go into more detail in the following slides about those changes. The Planning Commission did recommend approval unanimously. So the site is just south of New Bern Avenue, as you can see up in the corner of the screen. There is commercial uses along New Bern Avenue. The site is surrounded to the east and south by low-scale residential. And there's some heavy industrial uses further to the west. The site is owned by Wake County, as I said before. It does have a conservation easement over it, owned by the City of Oaks Foundation. And that conservation easement significantly limits the development potential of the site. So the first change included in the comprehensive plan amendment is a request to redesignate the future land use. So today, here on the left-hand side, you can see the site is designated as moderate scale residential with a little bit of public parks and open space running north to south. The applicant has requested to amend that designation to be fully public parks and open space, and this land use designation is intended for permanent open space, whether used as recreation or natural resource protection. The second change included in the request is to the street plan. So today there is a proposed 2-lane undivided avenue that bisects the site from east to west. And this avenue kind of has a longer connection goal to connect North Rogers Lane all the way west to New Hope Road. So the applicant has requested to remove the proposed 2-lane avenue from the subject site. And then the final requested change is, again, a change to the street plan. The full extent of Rogers Lane today is designated as a 4-lane divided avenue. The applicant has requested to change that designation to a 2-lane divided avenue. And again, that's for the full extent of Rogers Lane. So starting at New Bern Avenue all the way south to its intersection with New Hope Road. Just so you can take a look at kind of the difference between those designations. So on the left, you have the 4-lane divided avenue that is the designation today. And then on the right, you have the 2-lane divided avenue. That would be the proposed designation from the applicant. I'll point out that both of these have sidewalks on both sides and bike lanes on both sides. The request is consistent with several comprehensive plan policies. Most of these are pertaining to the preservation and protection of open space and natural resources. The request is inconsistent with a few policies in the comprehensive plan. Most of these are dealing with creating a stronger grid network and promoting connectivity. These policies are being flagged by that removal of the proposed 2-lane avenue that's bisecting this site today. The Planning Commission did recommend approval unanimously, finding that the request provides for natural resource protection, open space preservation, scenic vistas and views, and opportunities for placemaking at the future Kellum Wyatt Farm Park. Can I answer any questions before you open up the public hearing?
Any questions?
I do have a question for staff around transportation. As far as I'm going to go to the last item they're asking for with Rogers Lane and changing that designation. With the commercial traffic that is on we'll just call it the southern leg, the part south of I-87 that's there, the school that's there, what impacts do you all see in changing this lane, this road to basically one lane both ways?
Good afternoon. I'm Monique Guyant with Transportation. So as far as the redesignation from a 4-lane divided avenue to a 2-lane divided avenue, we do not have any intentions to adjust the existing pavement that is out there today. The new designation would impact the expectation with any redevelopment for any sites that are along that have frontage on Rogers Lane.
Okay, so basically anything that's currently there will remain. It's just anything that's redeveloped is what would change.
That is correct. With redevelopment, the amount of right-of-way that is expected to be either acquired or present along that frontage, that is the expectation that will change, not necessarily removing lanes from the existing road.
Okay, all right. That's helpful for right now. I know there's someone here to speak in opposition, so I'll wait until after that for more questions.
Any other questions? Okay, I am going to then open the hearing. No one has signed up to speak in support. We have one person who signed up in opposition, Hugh Fuller.
Madam Mayor, the county is the applicant here, and they had submitted a presentation to council presentations. If you would like to hear from the county.
Do you want to hear?
I mean, I kind of know what they want to do, but I think it'd be helpful.
Okay. Who's here from the county? And is Hugh Fuller here, by the way?
He's in the back.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure he was here.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Councilman. My name is Chris Snow. I'm the Director of Parks, Recreation, and Open Space for Wake County. Wanted to give you a little background. The city staff did a great job, but just wanted to add a couple of things. The Kellum Wyatt project will be a part of Wake County's park system. For those of you who have visited our parks, we are a more natural resource-based outdoor recreation facility. We have 11 units currently. We have 1 under construction right now and 2 in design, Kellum Wyatt being one of those. The site, which you've already had a description of, 59 acres on the east side of Raleigh, between Raleigh and Knightdale. It was a 3-generation family farm before it was donated to the county by Bob Kellum and Susan Wyatt. The City of Oaks Foundation does hold a conservation easement. We started the master planning process back in 2020 with the goal of honoring the conservation values of the property and the history as a family farm, while providing recreational amenities to the surrounding neighborhoods and to the county as a whole. We had a robust set of stakeholders involved in our process who, along with the public through the public input process, we kind of created a shared vision for what the property could be. The master plan was adopted by the County Board of Commissioners in 2021, again with a nod to the conservation values of the property and its history as a family farm. During the master planning process, we worked to really protect the character of the site, the ponds that are there, the woodlands that are there. There's a lot of open fields. And at the same time, we wanted to create a park amenity that allows visitors to explore and become involved with the land. At the same time, we want to protect the natural environments that's there and kind of create some really cool environmental, agricultural, and farm components. Through strategies like K-12 education, passive recreation, open space preservation, native plants, public art, we really hope to create a really unique opportunity here for folks to come and explore. Mike Allen is here from NV5. He is our engineering consultant, and he can speak to the road.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Speak quickly just about the road and know the concerns. You know, one of the main reasons we wanted to redesignate North Rogers Lane to a two-lane road is that we want to invite the community to come to the park, and it's easier for them to cross a two-lane road versus the four-lane road. So that's one of the main reasons why we're trying to get this designation. By changing this from the moderate residential to open space, we're eliminating the potential of 826 houses to be built on this based on the density that would allow 6 to 14 houses per acre. So the regional model already supports this being a two-lane road. By eliminating all those additional trips with the elimination of the residential, we don't expect the traffic to get any worse. And again, we're concerned more about what's fronting the park, not what's already built down the road, and keeping that as a two-lane road so that we can get people back and forth from the park to the residential, to the east and to the south. Thank you. And talk about
Good afternoon, everyone. Emily McCoy with Design Workshop. I'm a landscape architect and principal leading the design of the park project. And on behalf of the City of the Oaks Foundation, who's not here today, I'm here to answer any questions about the conservation easement that really encapsulates the vision of Bob Kellum and Susan Wyatt for what they wanted to happen on this parcel of their family farm, which is to preserve open space and farmland that's quickly diminishing. So we are very concerned about public access, safe access to the park, and have been working with transportation to put in place those safe points. And I'm here to answer any questions you have, especially regarding the conservation easement or access to the property through the master planning process. So thank you all for your time.
Okay, any other questions?
If none of us on city council live across the street, so if we were to visit a park, where would we park?
There are 2 parking spaces. Is that what you're asking, parking lot?
Like there's 8 of us. So if all 8 of us wanted to come out to the park and visit, where would we park?
Okay, there are 2 parking lots shown here on the master plan to the north and to the south on the east part. We divide the site into 4 quadrants. So I would say in the north upper quadrant, there's a small parking lot, and there's another parking lot to the south near the community garden. We are limited by the conservation easement about how much parking we can have, so it does limit permeable pavement, so we cannot have non-permeable pavement anywhere additionally on the site to 2 acres. So we are limited by that footprint of where we can provide parking, but we do have about 28 spaces to the north and about 30 spaces to the south.
Okay. And the reason why I ask is I know we have Horseshoe Park here in Raleigh, and one of the biggest issues is when people go visit, they have nowhere to park, and it starts to encroach into the neighborhood. So I want to get an understanding of how that would be addressed.
Yes, so during the public review process for the master plan, we did meet with HOAs and nearby neighbors to talk about access to the park. And through some conversations, we are limiting access through the neighborhood so that you have to come off North Rogers Lane to the park, because there were those concerns that people would be parking in the neighborhoods to access the park. So we have limited access to the park only to North Rogers Lane to resolve that comment from the nearby community members. I'm sorry. Vehicular access, yes, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Okay, we'll set the timer, and Mr. Hugh Fuller, please come up.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor, Town Council. I'm here in opposition of the road, not here in opposition of the park because I am a still involved with parks and recreation profession. Love park systems. However, the road for North Rogers Lane, as I spoke at the Planning Commission meeting, that's what I'm in opposition of. The concern with the road project, the main concern that I have is that the road project was buried in the land use amendment instead of coming as a separate item. That's my first concern that I have. And then the next one is going to be with the community outreach. I received a letter because my house is within 100 feet. However, there's more communities that are affected by this. I hear the county when they talk about wanting to make sure that accessibility for walking. However, when you look at accessibility, my neighborhood, we can walk right there to the park. The neighborhoods adjacent, closer to the school, there's crosswalks from both sides where they can cross the road to get onto the sidewalk that would lead them down North Rogers to the park. The apartment community right there at the corner by the plaza, they have the option of walking to the stop sign and they can cross over to the park. So when the crosswalks, to me, I'm not trying to be negative when I say irrelevant, but there's some things in place already for individuals to get across to get to the park. Things to take into account when you're looking at this is the amount of traffic that we get down North Rogers Lane. In the Planning Commission meeting, they talked about the amount of vehicles traveling down the road to sustain 4-lane highway, but I don't know when that last traffic study was completed. Also, I don't know the exact count, but did we take into account behind all these, the new community that's huge, that's getting ready to come into the neighborhood, across from the elementary school. There's apartment communities that are just being built that should be occupied soon as well. What I'm trying to say is the amount of traffic that's coming down that road, it's already hard for us getting out of our neighborhoods. You take it to single lane, I understand traffic calming, I get it. I worked in local government before. You want to reduce the traffic to send vehicles to another avenue. There's no other avenue in this area. You go to New Hope, single lane, traffic's already bottleneck. New Bern Avenue has become an issue going to 40. They're not going to go there. So even if you reduce the lanes, that's not going to send traffic anywhere and just keep it to the neighborhood. You're putting a park here, more people are going to travel to the park, especially with the outdoors. Then you have to take into account when you look at how much of it's going to impede with fire trucks, emergency vehicles. If you do reduce the lanes, how much of that is going to cause? Then you look at, and which was just said about its future use, not right now. But if you do reduce those lanes, then you get the ones that don't want to ride behind someone that's slow, and they'll jump in that middle lane or the bicycle pedestrian lane to go around a vehicle, and what travesties would that cause? So we have to look at that as well. The other thing that I have is with the beautification on the frontage, I understand that some of it may be protected on the easement, but as a neighborhood, we would like to see some of that as well, beautifications taken care of as well with the park. The last thing I want to say is just, when it comes to community engagement, that's where the trust should come in with the public and the city itself or the county. I understand you all had a meeting when the project started years ago, but you added amendment. So where was the community engagement with this amendment to just not take into account my house because we're in the 100 feet, but the 4 to 5 developments that are within that area? So that's all I have to say. And like I said, I'm not against the parks. However, when it comes to the road and what we have to deal with on a daily basis there, that's just my concern right there. Thank you for your time.
Anybody have any questions for Mr. Fuller? No? Okay, then I am going to close the hearing.
Madam Mayor, I would like to look into the Rogers Lanes piece a little bit more and take this to the Transit and Transportation Committee, because I also want to get an idea of what the current right-of-way is on Rogers Lane, because there may be right-of-way that you can't build in now regardless. And also, I want to look at the traffic count, because what happens is when people come down Rogers Lane and they come to the stop sign, it's two lanes. Everyone gets in the right lane to make that right turn, and it's just one lane until it opens up past this property. Again, I'm not against the project. I just want to make sure that, whatever decision is made, it's good and long term, because we have new apartments that have been built. We have a school that is probably less than a half a mile from this park. So I just want to make sure that everybody is in good standing going forward. So my motion is to move this to the Transit and Transportation Committee. And I want to ask staff, could we see this next week? I'll even be so kind, because we do meet next week, or do we need to do this in October? Because I know it's short notice for staff, so I want to. Well, I need to find out from staff.
We're going to find this out, plus I have to keep the hearing open.
Right, so you're asking if we can take this up on Thursday, the 28th, in addition to Z50?
Correct.
The Bickett Boulevard case. Can I talk to transportation staff and get back to you in a few minutes?
Yes.
Because we still have some other stuff on the agenda.
Nope, this last one. Well, we have committees.
There's other items after this,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Next, we have the report and recommendation of the Economic Development Innovation Committee.
No report. We have a few items pending. We are going to meet next Tuesday at 1:30 in the council chambers, and the item that we will be discussing is the text change TC123. Staff needs a little bit more time on the generator music item, and then we'll have the Economic Development Roundtable with their HBCUs, both of those probably in October.
Okay. Growth and Natural Resources.
Yes, no updates, but we do have a meeting next week, September 26. We'll discuss Omnibus text change program, as well as the Green Growth Toolbox. We also have a Greenway Master Plan discussion planned perhaps for October or November. And then we received an additional agenda item today regarding a comprehensive plan amendment. So we might want to look for that for October.
Okay. Safe, Vibrant, and Healthy Community. We are having a meeting at 11:30. And on our agenda is the downtown public safety issue that Councilmember Harrison asked us to consider. Transportation and Transit.
We do have a meeting on the 28th, this coming Thursday, well, not this coming Thursday, next Thursday, at 3 p.m. here in the chamber. We'll be discussing the Fairview and Bickett Boulevard issue. And could you all...
Transportation says they could also support the Rogers Lane.
Okay. With that being the case, I would move to have the Comp 323 move to the Transit Committee, and we'll see that on the 28th of September.
All in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay.
All right. Thank you all.
All right, now we have a report from the mayor and city council. We'll start with Councilmember Melton.
No report.
It's all right. I'll take all the time.
I actually just thought of something. I apologize. So you take a little less time. I was late to our work session today because I am our liaison to the Greater Raleigh Chamber and Visitor Center Board. I always messed up what that acronym stands for. And we had our meeting today at RDU Airport and we learned about all the upcoming projects that they have. So I just wanted to share why I was late. They took us out to the runway. We actually walked on it. They showed us where they'll be building the new runway, which is huge for this region. It'll be substantially larger, which can accommodate larger planes and more direct international flights. They also have a lot of work planned on, they call it the land side part of the airport, increasing capacity and sort of getting ready for the ability to increase the number of gates. They actually can't add more gates or terminal space until the runway is built, just because of the proximity of the existing runway. So there's a lot of really exciting stuff happening at RDU. I'm glad that we got that opportunity, and if y'all have questions, I would reach out to them too. But it's going to be really great for our region. It brings a lot of economic growth here, and being as quickly growing as we are, I'm glad that they have a plan in place to keep the airport up too. So that was pretty cool.
Awesome. Okay, so good stuff from the consent agenda. We allowed the Raleigh Housing Authority to issue bonds that will help them rehabilitate aging affordable housing. So that's dope. We love affordable housing. We also authorized green stormwater investments in the Biltmore Hills area and partner with NC State, and authorized funds to help Triangle Land Conservancy purchase and protect 177 acres that flow into Falls Lake. So I love protecting our watershed too. So those are some celebrations from the consent agenda. Also wanted to mention in the land of constituent services, at the request of the community, our transportation staff performed a traffic study for Forestville Road near Harris Creek Elementary. They looked to see if the intersection met the qualifications for full signalization, and those warrants were met. So we still have more work to do with our partners in NCDOT to fund the project, but today we're one step closer to getting a signal installed there and increasing walker safety for our students. So that was exciting. Also wanted to mention, as we approach the first anniversary of the mass shooting in our Headingham community, we're organizing 2 events to honor the victims, survivors, and our frontline workers in the tragedy. So on Friday, October 13th, we'll gather at the Raleigh Municipal Building right here at City Hall at 3:30. This will be a quiet ceremony to honor the victims and survivors of the tragic event and carry their light into the world. The chaplain from the Raleigh Fire Department and I Care Raleigh Police Department's interfaith team of community members will guide this remembrance. And so again, that's 3:30 on Friday, October 13th. And then on Saturday, October 14th, we'll continue our events at Nash Square from 10 to 12. And this event will honor people who responded to the many calls for help on the day of the shooting, from our public safety professionals to the 911 team to the medical team at Wake Med. We've also invited many of our community partners to share resources on health, nutrition, mental health, and gun violence prevention. So again, that's 10 to 12 at Nash Square. Okay. Sorry, I got a few more. Thanks for your patience, y'all. I wanted to ask my colleagues for roughly $1,600 from the council travel budget. I'd like to attend the National League of Cities conference in Atlanta. This will bring together municipal electeds and city staff from across the country to hear presentations and collaborate on topics important to all cities like housing access, transit, and public safety. And so I'd really appreciate the opportunity to attend and bring back those conversations and innovations to ultimately serve our residents. Do we need a motion? Or just a thumbs up?
Second?
Well, first, any questions? Okay. Who'd like to make a motion?
Motion to send the money to Megan.
Second.
Not like directly to me though, public, not like not directly to me. Thank you. Awesome. Also,
we need a vote.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Okay. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you.
Awesome. Also, roughly a year ago, the city and county provided funds for preservation of naturally occurring affordable housing at Grosvenor Gardens. Even with that, though, there's been the financial reality that the rents need to be raised there in that community. And while we acknowledge that the rents will remain below market rate, and we appreciate that these units will not be lost to the private market, we also acknowledge the impact that this increase has directly on the residents of the complex. Finding additional money in a family budget to spend on rent is always a challenge. And after extensive conversations with the residents of Grosvenor Garden, CASA leadership, city staff, and my colleagues, I think we've learned a lot. This was our first utilization of the preservation fund, and so I think we have some brainstorms about how to move forward with future preservations in ways that increase the predictability and smoothness for existing residents. With that in mind, I'd really like to smooth the transition for some of the existing residents of Grosvenor Gardens. So I'd like to ask staff to identify funds for operational support to CASA at Grosvenor Gardens, specifically to support residents at existing residents at 50% AMI and below, in amount not to exceed $68,000.
Do you have a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, as far as I understand, about 22 residents that are impacted, and I think the intent with these funds that the city initially provided was to preserve residents in place and not to displace anyone. So I do appreciate Councilmember Patton bringing this to our attention. I've also spoken to a number of the residents that are impacted, and without this support, their rents would raise approximately 30%, within a year's time. And that is really a hard increase to bear at lower income levels. So I just want to say that I support this, and I appreciate you looking for a solution here.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you.
Awesome. Nearly done. Sorry, y'all. I just, also, it's been a couple weeks, but no one talked about it at the table, but a few weeks ago we had our council retreat. We got to spend a lot of time team building, and it reminded me that it's probably time to get to work planning our winter retreat in January. And so I just wanted to flag for next meeting that we could maybe bring back candidates for that committee and start putting it together. And I humbly volunteer for service on the retreat committee. So I just wanted to flag that. And then I also, one big topic that came out of that retreat is that we focused a lot on communication with each other and how critical it is for our body to function really well together in order for us to lead our residents with predictability and strong leadership. Over the past week, there's been some moments of poor communication across this body, and like in particular related to the Christmas parade. And so as I know that information moves quickly and situations change really rapidly, but I think we can all agree that we're better leaders to our residents when we are working from the same set of facts and working toward the same set of outcomes. So as we move forward, I hope we can recommit to the process changes amongst ourselves that help us prioritize our communication with each other rather than communication with the media first. So that's all I got.
Councilmember Black?
So I wanted to start by discussing some of the items from public comment and expressing my support. So, actually, the first thing I want to say is I also want to volunteer as tribute for the committee for the retreat. Yeah, I don't have to do anything crazy at the end.
I have a feeling everybody's going to volunteer, so we'll figure that out.
Maybe not. Maybe not. But I wanted to discuss some of the items from public comment and express my support. So Octavia Rainey talked about single occupancy for development along the TOD, specifically along the proposed Newbern Avenue corridor. And I wholeheartedly agree with that. And I was wondering if this will show up in the upcoming conversation we have around the TOD next month. Would love to talk about that more there. Additionally, Adam Asfari spoke about tax fares that are mandated by the city and have not been changed since 2006. In the same way, we're looking at equity of our pay structure for city employees. We should also be thoughtful about the pay structures we influence. To go back, Adam proposed increasing the rate from $195 base rate and $250 a mile to a $650 base rate at $2 a mile. And I'm eager to see this update in the manager's report that Mayor Baldwin requested about this. Lastly, Tara Robbins came to speak about the concerns that she had around the Six Forks corridor plan. As the District A representative, I have to say this is one concern that is raised often to me, and I have oftentimes felt adept on how to answer the questions the community has had about it. And many of which have been in a state of limbo for some time about the impact of their businesses and property for like about a decade. And I know downtown is a really important hub for the city, and we put a lot of energy and attention into implementation and infrastructure of design in this area, but I just want to express that North Hills, North Raleigh is also really important. From Mine Creek to Six Forks, it seems like there's this habit of things that are robustly promised through bonds and then changing last minute without much transparency to those impacted. And so I believe this is coming back to council in one of our sessions later next month already. The request that I was asked was to get a work session, but I think it's coming back already, so we'll have space to be able to talk about it at the table there. But I would really like a manager's update on how we are engaging impacted communities that have been left in the dark about what's going on that's happening around this road improvement projects. And specifically, I would like to know what's the timeline and process of notification for impacted properties about the changes. And given the initial engagement process, which was robust with about over 50 meetings, what is the plan for new engagement to the priorities of the improvement project and how it will be moved forward? But speaking about downtown, I wanted to speak briefly about some of the news that has come out about the possibility of hiring private security downtown. Prior to being made privy to this through the media, I mentioned to several counselors how an increased police state downtown really makes me uncomfortable. I know we want to put the large and overarching reality of policing and community and safety as a relic of 2020, but no one has ever really meaningfully addressed the safety that Black, brown, and people of color feel in heightened police state. The question I ask now is the same one I asked the counselors I spoke to about this before this news came out, and the same question I asked during our work session today. Who are we designing downtown for, and who do we want to feel safe there? If we're not looking at other options besides just police presence without also looking at policy or police protocols, then I think we're doing a disservice specifically to our Black and brown downtown goers. And I know this is just my personal opinion, and some may not take it seriously, so I wanted to share a story from the Human Relations Commission that I went to last week. So for those of you who don't know, I'm the HRC liaison, Human Relations Commission, and I really enjoy attending the meetings. Last week, the commission held a space for communities to come and voice their concerns. A longtime Raleigh resident named James came to voice their concern about downtown, specifically Glenwood South. He started by stating that he previously owned a security guard company that had hired plenty of off-duty police officers, so he actually had a really good relationship with the police here. But this night in particular, after grabbing a drink with his friends on Glenwood South, he was followed to his car by the police. Once inside his car, he said two RPD officers approached his cars with flashlights and questioned him about car break-ins while saying that there was a mason jar with drugs in the car. Fortunately, the jar contained nothing but residue from a smoothie, and the interaction ended several minutes later. But James expressed being upset about being treated not as a person who contributes to the thriving economy of our downtown entertainment district, but as a potential criminal or threat. The next day, he tweeted about this experience, and hundreds of Black, brown, and people of color responded to the tweet saying that they had had similar experiences downtown. I left the meeting last week with so many diverse feelings, but most importantly, I really want us to think about the impact of decisions we make around community safety and the unattended but apparent consequences and impact of them. And I really welcome that conversation here at the table. So, lastly, September 15th through October 15th marks National Hispanic Heritage Month. This month traditionally honors the cultures and contributions of both Hispanic and Latin Americans, as And as we celebrate the heritage, it's rooted in Latin American countries. So this celebration has become a vital opportunity to dispel ignorance, prejudice, and fear through education about multiculturalism. And I encourage all residents to really take this time to celebrate the history of the countless contributions of Latinx communities, both here in Raleigh, across America, and all around the world. And that is all.
Mayor Pro Tem?
So just one item, I attended a community meeting at Barwell Community Center this past week, and there was a conversation about police in that conversation, and luckily the sheriff was also attending that meeting. He actually stopped by, and the conversation they had actually was speeding and wanting to see more officers. So I think we have a community in the city that it depends on what day and who you ask on how they see or how they view things. And I think we need to have that holistic conversation overall. But I do want to uplift what the community majority asks for and seeked, especially around the officers that do the Southeast Beach, Mackinac Road, high speeding. And also I want to follow up with transportation. I know they're going to a community meeting next month with those residents, but about traffic calming in that area as well. So they brought that up, but also just asking for some type of presence based on some of the issues and conditions that they've had. That is all.
Councilmember Jones?
All right, thank you guys so much. First, I wanted to note that due to my family testing positive for COVID a few weeks ago, I had to move my community meeting from last week to this Friday, and I'll be doing it on Zoom. I will send out the link this afternoon or this evening now to my email listserv and on social media, so please join me virtually for an evening of conversations surrounding issues affecting the city. We will meet from 7 to 9 p.m., and our next meeting will be in person at Crafty in 5 Points on Wednesday, October 11th from 7 to 9. I know the chief isn't here anymore, but I do want to send a huge thank you to the fire department for giving us these amazingly beautiful Yeti cups. I loved sporting and supporting our department, so thank you guys so much. Nextly, I sent an email out late to council, but I am requesting $12,000 in contingency funds for the Great Raleigh Cleanup in an effort for their initiative to activate our unhoused residents by offering employment at $18 an hour to help with their mission of removing trash from all of Raleigh. They've done an exemplary job over the last few years in getting residents interested in cleaning up different areas around town, and this program is a great way to further that mission. The money would be used to start the program so that they have the data necessary to request future grant funding from various sources. So I would ask for your consideration, and I don't know if that's a motion, if I had to say, I move to allocate $12,000 in contingency funds to the Great Raleigh Cleanup.
Let's follow custom and put this on the next agenda for a formal vote.
My fault. Thank you so much. And lastly, I do want to uplift what Councilor Patton was discussing in conversation and transparency between the 8 of us. And I also want to mention there was a time that council was advised not to speak on the missing middle and our opinions on it due to the pending lawsuit, but comments were made to the media without collective discussion. We created an entire retreat based on building trust and communication, but it feels like it was a box to check for some. When issues are discussed in public before we have a chance to ask questions as a team, we are all held accountable to something that we have very little knowledge of in the moment. As leaders of this city, I expect more of us. I demand the respect of keeping the entire body in the loop prior to something being made public. I insist that we uphold that responsibility by showing the public that we are communicating with each other as a team, because that is what they voted for. All right, and that's all. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Fort?
Yeah, I just have one item. I want to thank staff. I actually went to the community event that was held at Carolina Ponds last Friday evening. And we had a number of our staff from different departments. And so I got to see some folks that I have not had a chance to interact with before. But I just want to say thank you because, you took time out on a Friday evening to interact with our community and provide them a lot of really good information. I learned some things about solar power in our neighborhood and some things about stormwater and some other issues. And so we don't always say that enough, but to the men and women who are very dedicated city employees, thank you so much for all that you do for our community.
Thank you. Councilmember Harrison?
Yeah. I'd just like to lead with a thank you to the United Arts Council of Raleigh. I attended their Breakfast for the Arts event this morning. It was a really nice way to start my day and meet so many of the artists, musicians, storytellers, and community builders that we're lucky to have in the Triangle. The Inlow High School singing ensemble was fantastic. They are called Crescendo if you're looking for a group to go out and see. That's just for Stormy. Anyway, I would like to request a manager's update, Marshall, on the potential for a low-income property tax voucher. And forgive me, if I already asked for this, you can send me an old one. But I'm just still thinking about folks that are experiencing challenging increases to property taxes and maybe additional ways to support them. I recognize that there are state laws that prevent us from simply reducing property taxes, but is there a way to still provide some relief on the back end? Thank you. And I do also want to mention public safety as it continues to be a major concern in my district. As has been discussed, we will have a public safety committee meeting focused on downtown. Again, that's going to be Tuesday, September 26th at 11:30 a.m. I have been speaking with staff to make sure that we have a large enough room and space for that meeting. It is open to the public. There's been a lot of conversation, I'd say, out there, on the internet, on Facebook, in the paper about what we're up to. If you didn't hear it at council, then it's not a council decision. So I want to make sure that we have a council conversation around this very complex and sensitive topic. I did a ride-along with RPD Friday night. I just want to say a big thank you to Officer Walker in the Southwest District for showing me his beat. He allowed me to really see firsthand the types of calls that they get, dangerous traffic situations, domestic abuse, suicide threat, a custody dispute. Those were some of the things that we, made a response to that evening. So I do look forward to hearing from RPD at that public safety meeting about the challenges that they see every day in our city, as well as the additional solutions that we can employ. And beyond that, I want to ask for continued creative and holistic solutions from all of our community on public safety. To Councilmember Black's point, I do recognize that we have different lived experiences in the space and different needs and concerns. And so what I always think about are how do we implement solutions to the root causes of crime or public safety concerns? So investments in substance use support, mentorship, affordable housing, education, mental health services. To me, this is where we get at the root of some of the major issues that we're facing. So I just want to continue to encourage everyone interested in this topic to stay in conversation with us. Thanks.
Thank you. Also, ensuring that we address poverty and educational opportunities and workforce development. So, big, heady discussion. If there was an easy solution, I think we all would have done it, but it's really good to have those conversations and keep that top of mind. I just have one item. I was talking to Mark today, Wittenberg, who's our IT guy, and we started talking about AI. And the more we talked, the more I was like, wow, this could be a great topic for a work session because it's coming. We probably all don't know that much about it, but it's going to impact the work we do. And I think it would be a great opportunity for us to have that discussion as we start moving forward. So, my suggestion. Okay. All right, now we move on to appointments.
Point of clarification before we begin. On CP 323 that was referred to the Transportation and Transit Committee, is that public hearing, has it been closed or is it remaining open?
That's remaining open.
Remaining open, okay. Okay. Down to appointments, Environmental Advisory Board, 1 regular vacancy. Zoe Niebuhr received 6 votes, so would be appointed there. Historic Cemeteries Advisory Board, 1 regular vacancy, no nominees, so this will carry over to your next ballot. Historical Resources and Museums Advisory Board, 2 regular vacancies. The 2 individuals recommended for appointment by the board's nominating committee each received 8 votes, so would be appointed. Human Relations Commission, 1 alternate vacancy. In regards to the HRC, I'll discuss this item and the next item in conjunction. None of the nominated individuals received enough votes to be appointed. We'll note that Councilmember Jones has nominated Jakari Clayton and Harriet Worley for the regular vacancies. So my suggestion would to be consider all of these nominees under the regular vacancies so we can work on getting those filled first. And then any individual that does not get appointed could always move back as a nominee to the alternate slot. Sure.
I just want to bring this up. We lost Rabbi Solomon and also a representative from our Asian community. Want to ensure that we have diversity on this board. And I've reached out to members of the Jewish community to see if there's somebody else who would like to serve. And I think it's important for us to look at this from a bigger perspective. So I would just urge you in making nominations, let's think about some of these groups who we're losing representation on. How do we continue to engage them? So it was Asian representation. We also need representation from the Indian community. So that's kind of the missing pieces on our HRC board.
With that said, unless there's any objections, I will carry over all 3 individuals, of course, open to additional nominations under the regular vacancy. Let's try to get that filled first.
I just want to also express the urgency of this. HRC didn't meet quorum last week specifically because of these 2 vacancies. So I'm really hoping that we can get this pushed along at least so that they can get back to being able to actually hold a meeting by next month.
Didn't both who resigned say they would continue service until they filled the slots?
People couldn't make it. Some people were sick, and then they had alternates that also couldn't make it. So it was we need to get some people in, more people in.
Yeah.
Is there a way to get one person in today so that we have something for them? There's a vacancy right now that
right.
I know.
Council prerogative. I don't believe I read the votes out loud. Jakari Clayton received, and this could be, although we're talking about alternates, they could immediately be elevated. Jakari Clayton received 1 vote, Jamie Lynn Robinson 2, and Harriet Worley 4. So if council members wanted to switch their vote at the table, that they're perfectly able to do so.
I mean, I hear the mayor's concern of diversity, and I totally get that. But we have this 1 vacancy, and I want to make sure that the board can meet because I don't want to hold up what they're doing.
Alternative vacancy. So I think it's just best to I think it's just best to move them all to and then just vote on it for our next meeting. And if we can get it confirmed by the next meeting, they'll be able to have the members on by their next meeting, HRC meeting.
Okay, so holding it, you feel confident in holding it?
I think
all
so,
the vacancies?
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, will do. Okay, Parks, Recreation, and Greenway Advisory Board, 1 regular vacancy. Ian Burnett received 4 votes, Kate Dixon 0, Van Fletcher 4, so that will be carried over to your next ballot. Raleigh Transit Authority, 2 alternate vacancies. Christian Daniels received 7 votes, Nardra Johnson 2, and Mark Teague 7, so that fills your 2 alternate vacancies for the Transit Authority. Substance Use Advisory Commission, 2 regular vacancies. Lynn Williams received 5 votes. So that would reappoint Ms. Williams to her slot. And then for the remaining vacancy, Councilmember Jones nominated Terry Conyers and Councilmember Black nominated Saul Prada. So that would be carried over to the next ballot. Questions on that?
Can you go through that one more time? I'm sorry.
Sure. And let me get to this on the actual paper here. So we have two vacancies here, two regular vacancies, one of them being Lynn Williams, who is an existing member, wanted to be reappointed. We had held that over from the last meeting. Lynn Williams received 5 votes, so would be appointed, and then that leaves one regular vacancy left. And Councilmember Jones nominated Terry Conyers, and Councilmember Black nominated Saul Prada. So those 2 names with the remaining vacancy would come back next time.
Understood. Thank you.
Down to nominations. Board of Adjustment, just a reminder to provide those suggestions to the county for consideration. Board of Adjustment, 1 regular vacancy. The term of Celeste Bravo Taylor is expiring, and she would like to be considered for reappointment.
That's BPAC, I think.
I'm sorry, BPAC.
I
I'm
moved
not sure
to,
what I said, but.
I moved to reappoint.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed?
Her attendance is on the
It's
agenda.
18 out of 19.
She just missed 1 meeting.
Okay, that passes unanimously.
Okay, Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board, 1 regular vacancy, community member category. The term of Tulia Finucci is expiring, and she would like to be considered for reappointment.
Move for reappointment.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. That was unanimous.
Historical Resources and Museums Advisory Board, 2 regular vacancies. The terms of Clarissa Goodlett and John Hinshaw are expiring, and both would like to be considered for reappointment.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous.
Raleigh Sister Cities, 1 regular vacancy. The term of David Kilbride is expiring, and he would like to be considered for reappointment, and is also recommended by Raleigh Sister Cities. I did forward you a note from Mr. Kilbride last week regarding his attendance.
I'd like to nominate Alma Reynaga, Reynaga.
Reynaga, you said? And the last name again?
So that is the last.
Oh, that is the last.
Alma,
Oh,
ALMA
Alma,
is
okay.
the first name.
Okay, that'll.
So I had a conversation with David, so I'm just going to renominate him.
Okay, so both of those names will come back on your next ballot. Raleigh Transit Authority, 1 regular vacancy. The term of Latonia Williams is expiring, and she would like to be considered for reappointment.
Move for reappointment.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? That was Councilmember Patton and Jones opposed.
Okay, that is the last of it.
Okay, we have the report and recommendation of the city attorney.
So one item, at the last council meeting, a question arose about appointing someone who is a non-resident as the chief's appointee to the Police Advisory Commission, Police Advisory Board, and I've provided a resolution for the council if it wishes to consider allowing the chief's appointee to be an out-of-city resident.
I'd like to move forward. I understand Councilman before it may have had someone who is a city resident, so I think if that works out, that's great, but this could give the chief some flexibility in case that person doesn't work out.
I've already talked to her about the person, and she's going to be moving forward with a package on them. She's talked to the person already.
Okay.
So she's going to be submitting a nomination for that individual.
Okay, so should we just hold this then?
I would recommend, because I think part of the conversation was too, whether it had to be a retired law enforcement officer, and it does not. When the board was established, we didn't stipulate that that would be the chief's appointee. Chief Deck Brown just
exercise the option to appoint a retired police officer. It does not have to be.
All right, so we just hold on this. I was trying to make it easier
Yeah.
for Chief Patterson and the Police Advisory Board because they've been asking me for months for that spot, and I know she's been actively working on it. But if
Yeah.
we've got someone now, maybe we just hold this, and if that falls through, then we try this avenue again.
I don't see what the harm is in doing this to give her more flexibility, because we've gone 2 years now without an appointee there.
I'm good either way. We can give the chief the flexibility. You know, one of the issues is a lot of our officers don't live in Raleigh, which is a whole other conversation. But that also limits the chief's, it doesn't have to be, I guess, an RPD officer, but
It doesn't have to be law enforcement, period. And I think we just need to be mindful of, for future board appointments, there is a stipulation that you have to reside inside the city limits. So if we're going to waive that, then are we going to waive it for every board?
I'd rather,
Just wanted to
I
put
want to
that
hold
out
on
there.
this then. I think if we've got someone, we've got someone. Let's just hold on it.
Okay. Thank you, Dottie. Next, report and recommendation of the city clerk.
Move for approval.
Thank you.
All in favor? Aye. That was unanimous. Thank you. Next, we are entering into closed session. So motion in order to enter into closed session pursuant to GS 143-318-11A3 to consult with the city attorney to preserve the attorney-client privilege. GS 143-318-11A6 to consider the competence, performance, character, fitness, or conditions of appointment of an individual public officer or employee. So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, unanimous. Thank you. Okay, I think I'll just go. We have just returned from closed session where the council provided direction to staff on the items listed in the closed session motion. The meeting is now adjourned.